The literature suggests it just because they are receiving the most exposure, and therefore I agree that early life stages are the appropriate focus. And as you noted before, the developing brain. Also, we have studies which are not entirely clear. Some studies show effects. A recent study looking at the Canadian population, a small subset, indicates that there might be potentially greater effects. But again, this evidence is still forming, and I think it needs to be looked at critically.
And Dr. Suji, you yourself agree that it is reasonable today to recommend that infants not drink formula made with fluoridated water, correct?
Objection, Foundation.
Overruled.
Well, the CDC has recommended that tap water with fluoride not be used for infants because the exposure exceeds EPA's reference dose for dental fluorosis, and there's no benefit to the infant.
And you yourself at your deposition agreed that this is a reasonable recommendation that infants not drink fluoridated water, correct?
Yes.
Now, Dr. Suji,
hold on a second. Let me ask a question. And that's because of the risk of fluorosis?
Yes. If you do the extreme calculations for an infant, you will get to levels that already surpass EPA's reference dose that is based on dental fluorosis.
That's because of the cumulative effect of drinking, for instance, formula every day consistently. Is that the idea?
Right. It is if you were to do that. Now, at the highest percentiles that Dr. Thiessen was showing, I don't think that is possible based on the survey data because it's based on a fluid intake per body weight, and an infant that continues in a short-term survey, a day or two, an infant that keeps drinking at that level grows, they go through a growth spurt, and suddenly they're not drinking at that fluid intake per body weight because their body weight's now bigger. So that's why the regulatory authorities, the FDA, the EPA, they tend to use a 90th percentile or lower, not 95th, 99th percentiles in short-term survey data because they're unreasonable. They can't be sustained.
Okay, thank you.
Now, Dr. Suji, for this case, 3 other exponent scientists helped you do your expert report, correct?
Yes.
So let's talk now about what your exponent team did. First, Dr. Suji, you are a risk assessment scientist, correct?
I do risk assessment, but I'm a toxicologist.
And you consider yourself to have expertise in risk assessment, correct?
Yes.
But you did not conduct a risk assessment in this case, right?
That was not what I was asked to do.
The first step of a risk assessment is a hazard assessment, correct?
Objection, Foundation.
Overruled, she indicates that she is familiar with risk assessment.
Well, according to the Superfund guidelines, the first step is called hazard identification.
But you did not do a hazard assessment in this case, correct?
That is not what exactly I was asked to do. I was evaluating the evidence that would support whether there's a potential concern for neurotoxicity based on the animal data at low community water fluoridation levels of 0.7 milligram per liter.
Correct. And just to be clear, Dr. Suji, you agreed at your deposition that you did not do a hazard assessment, correct?
I did not do a hazard assessment, but I certainly responded to plaintiffs' various opinions regarding hazard, regarding alleged neurotoxic effects based on animal studies.
And Dr. Suji, you do not dispute that neurotoxicity is a hazard of fluoride exposure, correct?
Yes, at high enough levels, and unfortunately the mechanistic data are just not good enough for us to really understand how it's causing these deficiencies that in tests at high doses, very high doses. But it could be direct or it could also be indirect because it's affecting other systems of the body, or because certainly in the animal studies, they may not like the taste of the water, or they're not drinking enough and therefore they don't eat enough. There's nutritional effects. There could be some other interaction. We don't exactly know how it's caused at these higher doses, and that's the limitation of the animal studies. Fortunately, we do have a well-conducted animal study, actually a suite of studies, 9 different tests, and also histopathological evaluation of the brain that wasn't showing effects, but its top dose was 20 milligram per liter, which is still well above community water fluoridation levels, but we don't have any testing above that by a study that used well-conducted methods like the National Toxicology Program used.
Dr. Suji, on Wednesday of last week, the court heard testimony from Dr. Christina Thayer. Dr. Christina Thayer testified that, in her opinion, the current animal data on fluoride neurotoxicity supports the biological plausibility of fluoride causing neurotoxic effects in human beings. Do you agree with Dr. Thayer on that?
I would say at some dose, yes, at an extremely high or whatever, much higher than the 0.7 that is plausible based on studies. Again, how that is happening and whether that's a direct effect or an indirect effect, I think we need to find out more how fluoride, what fluoride is doing at these very high doses. But that isn't really relevant for low doses at the 0.7 milligram per liter.
You agree, Dr. Suji, that a weight of the evidence assessment should place greatest weight on the studies that use the most reliable methodologies, correct?
Yes, but you should also consider the entire body of literature. Even in poorly conducted studies, one should at least take a look at what those studies might mean, because you can still glean some evidence from them.
And in
So
your
it's wrong to just pick one study and not consider the body of evidence. And EPA has now moved towards considering more of the totality of the evidence, but of course, focusing on studies that are well conducted.
And in your view, Dr. Suji, when well-conducted human studies are available, those human studies are more relevant to assessing risks in human beings than well-conducted animal studies, correct?
Objection, scope.
Overruled.
It would depend on the particular chemical. Just because studies are well conducted doesn't mean the human studies were in an appropriate population, for example, or it's possible that the animal studies were able to get at some nuances that you can't test in the human studies. So it's hard for me to really answer that question.
Okay. Now, in this case, you and your exponent team focus primarily on the animal data, correct?
Yes.
And you recognize, Dr. Suji, that there's a distinction between using animal data to assess risk in humans versus using animal data to reach causal determinations in humans, correct?
Objection, can we get some definition of these terms?
Yeah, I think that's too vague.
Well, at your deposition, Dr. Suji, you stated that there's a difference between using animal data to assess risk in humans than using animal data to assess causation in humans. What did you mean by that?
Well, thinking back at that time, I think I was thinking that you have a situation, chemical, with very little data at all. Maybe you only have 1 or 2 animal studies. They're not all that well conducted, but that's all you have. You can use that to develop a reference dose or a toxicity factor, and then conduct a risk assessment. That would be different than being able to determine causation. In fact, you probably couldn't do that with so few or poor evidence like that.
Now, In this case, Dr. Suji, based on your assessment of the animal literature, you have concluded that there is insufficient evidence to show that 0.7 parts per million fluoride in water causes neurotoxicity in humans, correct?
That was my opinion primarily based on the experimental animal data and how it might be able to inform us at those levels at
Now, Dr. Suji, I've gone through your publication history that you have identified in your CV, and I did not find a single paper where you focused on animal data to make an assessment of causation in human beings. Did I miss something? And if so, can you tell me what study I should look at that you've done on that?
the 2019 arsenic, I think it's called, I can't remember. It was published in Critical Reviews in Toxicology. It looked at the evidence for carcinogenicity of arsenic in humans, animals, and in vitro. And it tried to evaluate where do we see consistency of evidence on where toxicity and carcinogenicity might occur. And for that chemical, we're able to show consistent mechanisms and consistent animal results and also human epidemiological results at certain doses.
Right. And in that paper, Dr. Suji, you had a pretty extensive discussion of the human epidemiological data, correct?
It included that, yes.
So I'm asking you, Dr. Suji, can you point me to a single publication that you've ever authored in your entire life where the focus of your analysis was animal data and the purpose of your analysis was to assess causation in human beings?
Objection, scope.
Overruled.
I often sit on National Academy of Sciences panels where we have to look at animal data and come up with conclusions, and our reports are published. I've done that many times.
I'm asking for your own publication history, Dr. Suji, a paper in a peer-reviewed journal that I could go onto PubMed and find. Can you identify for me a single paper you've ever published in your entire career where you focused on the animal data to make a determination of causation in human beings?
I think the majority of my papers focus on chemicals where we have considerable amount of human data to assess the toxicity, like metals, many metals. The metals exposure assessment paper, the copper, the collaboration I did, and I think recently it's published maybe this year on copper, included extensive sections on animal data that I had to review and help our other staff understand. There's a paper on metal framework, EPA's metal risk assessment framework, or maybe it's the National Academy of Sciences metal framework. I think that has some animal data. Certainly bioavailability the test methods are in animals. I'd have to look at my resume and go back and examine each paper.
Yeah, so as you sit here today, Dr. Suji, is it correct to say that you cannot identify for me a single paper that you published where you focused on the animal data, the epidemiological data, but the animal data to make a conclusion of causation?
Objection asked and answered.
Okay.
Ms. State's testimony.
It's okay, you can't identify for one for me, but if you can just clarify that you cannot identify for one for me as you sit here today.
Same objections.
Overruled.
First of all, my papers I don't think they always look at causation. They look at the evidence available. Some of them have to do with risk assessment. They consider animal studies, and I've just listed you some examples. Even in the National Academy of Sciences committees. In fact, I just had one on topical pain creams. I had to look at several drugs, and much of the evidence was in animals. That has just been recently published. It is peer-reviewed. And I wrote sections that reviewed the animal evidence.
Okay.
For safety and efficacy of drugs.
Thank you, doctor. Let's move on. In 2015, you published a paper where you assessed whether EPA's reference dose for arsenic was protective against arsenic neurotoxicity, correct?
2000, I'm sorry, did you say 2015?
Yes.
Yes.
And this study was funded by the Electric Power Research Institute and the Arsenic Science Task Force, correct?
In part. Most of it was funded by the time of myself and my colleagues.
And Ellen Chang was a co-author of that report, correct?
Yes.
And
It included an extensive systematic review of the available data for assessing whether arsenic is a neurobehavioral toxicant.
right. And in that paper, you concluded that EPA's reference dose was protective against neurotoxicity, correct?
Yes, after it did an evaluation of the quality of the literature and the evidence in various populations, it did a worst case kind of screening analysis of, okay, let's take the study that shows the most dose response, even though it's not in the US, even though it has problems with extrapolation for the US, and just see, is it going to be high enough of a risk to warrant reevaluating the current EPA reference dose. We found under those worst case assumptions that that was not the case, that the reference dose, which is based on other effects of arsenic, was still protective.
Now, if the court was to access that paper and search for the words worst case, those words will not be found anywhere in that report, will they?
Objection, Foundation.
No, but if you carefully read
Overruled.
the report, it discusses the available evidence and it notes that in many cases we are making these assumptions which are violated actually by the actual scientific evidence. So the end result is what we did was worst case.
Now, in that assessment, doctor, you scanned the literature as you talked about, and you identified a study, the Hamadani 2011 study, that you determined was of sufficiently good quality to permit the derivation of a reference dose, correct?
Well, I don't know if it was sufficient good quality. It was the best of the available studies. There was another study, I think, that is a bit more well-conducted study because it better corrected for maternal IQ. It was at lower doses, even though it was in Bangladesh. But it used blood, and that's a very uncertain measure because it's very confounded by nutritional deficiencies and folate deficiency, especially in that population. We also identified a US study that was tested IQ in children. This is more relevant for the US population. It was, unfortunately, they didn't find a dose response. So although it was also well conducted, it was not sufficient to be able to calculate a dose response because there was no drop in IQ with increasing arsenic dose in the end.
Now, Dr. Suji, you remember I took your deposition last August in Washington, D.C.?
It was in September.
September, thank you. And you remember you took the same oath you took on Friday to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
At this time, Your Honor, I'd like to introduce deposition testimony for impeachment.
Right, what page and site?
372, lines 12 and 17.
All right, any objection?
1 moment, Your Honor. No objection. Well,
Okay.
I should say, counsel, will you complete the answer or you just plan to read line 17?
Line 17, you're welcome, counsel, to further explore that in your redirect.
No, I think
Well,
you
if there's
should
more-
read the
if there's
entire
more-
answer.
Yeah, if there's more to it now, I don't want to wait to redirect. Just read. What do you suggest, Mr. Atkins?
I think counsel should read line 12, page 372 to the conclusion of the witness's answer, line 7, page 373. It's an extra
That's fine, Your Honor.
20 lines.
All right, go ahead and read it.
Mr. Dixon, can you put the deposition up on the screen? question was, you certainly found that the Hamadani study was of sufficient methodological quality to permit the derivation of an RFD, correct? Answer, yes. And we were also trying to update an evaluation that was done by the state of California that used an older study of the Wasserman study that was done in blood, but it was an older Wasserman study that did find an association between arsenic and water and IQ. But the newer study did not find any when looking at lower doses, did not, and correcting for all these confounders better, did not find an association between arsenic and water. Thank you, Mr. Dixon. Now, Doctor, the Hamadani study investigated exposures to arsenic in Bangladesh that substantially exceed the exposures to arsenic in the US population, correct?
Yes.
The Hamadani study estimated prenatal arsenic exposure by taking 2 urine samples from the mother during pregnancy, correct?
Yes.
And
However, when you have that high of an arsenic exposure, there's less uncertainty compared to a U.S. population at lower exposures. And people in the U.S. don't drink water all the time, tap water. They might drink other beverages. But in Bangladesh, they have only one source of water for cooking and everything. So it's more consistent. These measurements are more consistent in Bangladesh than you might expect. I know you're going to compare this to fluoride, but I think there's less uncertainty. And also, Hamadani did not find an association with maternal arsenic, urinary arsenic. The association was between concurrent urinary arsenic in the children and the IQ testing, and only in girls who also were suffering from poor growth.
Okay, so, Your Honor, and now I'd like to introduce, Dr. Sudi, did you just state that the Hamadani study did not find a relationship between prenatal arsenic exposure and reduced IQ in girls?
They did find, I should correct that. They did find an association, but was not as strong as concurrent urinary arsenic in the child at the time of the testing. And that's why we use that association, because it was stronger.
And the Hamadani study did not use first morning voids or 24-hour samples for the urine, correct?
It did not, but again, I think there's less uncertainty in that type of population where they are really dependent on their water source, and the exposures are high.
Now, Dr. Suji, at your deposition, you agreed that the MIREC study in Canada on fluoride and IQ is as equally suitable to the derivation of an RFD as the Hamadani study, correct?
Objection to the form of the question. This seems like a question that's trying to test the witness's memory of what she said at a deposition.
Overruled. It's a fair question.
I'm not exactly sure how you asked that or how I phrased my answer at my deposition, but the MIREC study and the one in Mexico, probably the MIREC study as well, those two are more well conducted than the other studies of epidemiological studies of fluoride, but they're not without uncertainty and problems with being able to make positive conclusions. And I think Dr. Chang will talk more about that later. The maternal urinary fluoride, again, has some uncertainties, and there are potential confounders probably that also need to be explored. They also didn't have first morning voids. Studies I've conducted on urinary biomonitoring, I have obtained 2 first morning voids because it's so much more reliable, and you don't need to rely as heavily on creatinine correction or specific gravity correction.
Your Honor, did the court admonish the witness to answer the questions that I'm asking? I know that there's a lot to talk about in this case, and counsel's going to have a lot of opportunity to follow up.
All right, that is a fair point. Dr. Suji, I'd like you to answer the question. I'll give you a chance to explain, but the question that was just asked, comparing the suitability of the MIREC study to the Hamadani study, I don't think he answered that, and I'd like to answer that.
Okay.
So I'll ask the question again. Dr. Suji, do you agree? Sorry, I'll strike that. Dr. Suji, you agree that the MIREC study in Canada is as equally suitable to the derivation of an RFD as the Hamadani study?
Yes, it could be used for that purpose.
Now, and also, Dr. Suji, you agree that the MIREC study in Canada investigated exposure levels that are far more applicable to the US population than the Hamadani study did, correct?
The exposures were more applicable, but whether the measure is, how reliable that measure is I think, another question.
Yet, neither you nor Dr. Chang in this case attempted to derive a reference dose from the MIREC study, correct?
Deriving a reference dose using default assumptions and things of that nature that we've seen by plaintiffs' experts is not part of a scientific evaluation of study quality and weight of the evidence.
Dr. Suji,
I did not do that.
So just to be clear, you did not do what you did in your arsenic paper with Hamadani. You didn't do it here when you looked at the data on fluoride, correct?
I did not do a worst case analysis like I did with the arsenic study. Yes, correct.
And in your arsenic analysis, in calculating the RFD, you used 1 IQ point as the effect of concern for your dose response analysis, correct?
Yes.
And your decision to use 1 IQ point as the effect of concern was based on a document from the United States Environmental Protection Agency, correct?
Yes, and also because we were repeating what the state of California had done earlier, and they used 1 IQ point.
Okay, Dr. Suji, in your assessment for this case, neither you nor Dr. Chang considered human case reports of fluoride hypersensitivity, did you?
Objection foundation.
Overruled.
I'm sorry, I didn't quite catch the last part of your question.
Neither you nor Dr. Chang considered human case reports of fluoride hypersensitivity in this case, did you?
I remember seeing them, but case reports are just not part of the reliable evidence. And if there was no other evidence to consider, then one might look at that. But looking at headache, headache can be neurological. It could be change in blood flow to the brain or dilation of capillaries to the brain. There's lots of different issues with some of these case studies, and also the matter of dose.
Now, Doctor, earlier this morning, you talked about the extensive peer review that the 2009 NRC report that you co-authored underwent. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
And that chapter on fluoride that the NRC published with your name on it.
And Dr. Thiessen's.
Right, with your name on it, discusses fluoride causing hypersensitive reactions in some individuals, correct?
I think it does mention that, yes.
And in fact, that NRC report with your name on it discusses the case reports of Dr. George Walbot, doesn't it?
Not extensively. And that's the limit to which it really talks about neurotoxicity, essentially. And the committee, and apparently Dr. Thiessen at that time, didn't think the evidence was sufficient to have much more of a discussion than that.
Doctor, did I just ask you about the NRC's assessment of neurotoxicity? I asked you about, did the NRC report discuss George Walbot's case reports of fluoride hypersensitivity? Is the answer yes, or is the answer no?
Well, she answered the question. She had a fair chance to respond. Let's move on.
Okay. And Doctor, in that chapter, in the NRC report, it identifies the dose that has been associated with fluoride hypersensitivity in human beings, doesn't it?
It might. I don't recall looking at that recently, so it might. But again, it's a very minor part of the report, so I don't have a good recollection of it.
Your Honor, permission to refresh the witness's recollection.
All right.
Mr. Dixon, can you put up the 2009 NRC chapter, page 79? I'm going to read this here, Doctor. It says, few experimental studies involving human exposure to hydrogen fluoride or inhaled fluorides are available. Experimental studies and case reports involving ingestion of fluoride have reported anti-thyroid effects, 0.03 to 0.14 milligrams per kilogram per day for 20 to 245 days, and hypersensitivity or reduced tolerance to fluoride, 0.02 milligrams per kilogram per day for short-term exposures. Did I read that correctly, Doctor?
Yes.
And two of the citations there are Walbot 1956 and 1958, correct?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Dixon. You can take that down.
Is this in evidence? The report in evidence?
No, it is not, Your Honor.
Okay, so you just introduced it to refresh recollection. It is not in evidence, so I'm going to note that.
And so, Doctor, just to be so that according to the NRC in 2009 in that report, hypersensitive reactions to fluoride have been reported in case reports at doses of 0.02 milligrams per kilogram per day, correct?
It's true, but the committee didn't consider it sufficient evidence to develop a value for protecting submariners.
And that's a dose, Doctor, that many people can ingest just from drinking fluoridated water, right?
Objection vague.
Rephrase.
The dose of 0.02 milligrams per kilogram per day is a dose that many people can ingest just from drinking the fluoride in their water, correct?
It's possible. I'd have to calculate it, but it would depend on how much water you drink and things of that issue. And also these case reports, I think the committee thought were not very reliable about dose.
Now, Doctor, earlier you mentioned that infants can ingest more fluoride from water than the EPA's reference dose, correct?
Yes.
And what does that tell you as to whether human beings can ingest more fluoride than 0.02 milligrams per kilogram per day from the water?
Yes, it would, because the EPA's proposed reference dose, I think, is 0.08. So, but that is in an adult, and there's sort of a intake body weight conversion that's a little different. And again, it's a case report, so I'm not sure if I would use the case report to develop conclusions. Certainly one's published in 1958.
And among the reactions that Dr. Walbot identified and documented in his case reports, those reactions included headaches, correct?
I think
Objection foundation.
If she knows, she can answer. Overruled. Go ahead.
I have not looked at those studies recently.
You had mentioned headaches at the beginning of this discussion. What were you referring to there?
I was referring to Dr. Thiessen's testimony.
Now, in your review for this case, Dr. Tsuji, you tried to sort of recreate the NTP 2016.
Sorry, Mr. Clement, you need to repeat your question. There was some shuffling of papers. I could not hear the end of your question.
In your review for this case, you and the exponent team tried to recreate the NTP's 2000 using more updated literature, correct?
Yes, we updated their analysis using their systematic review methods.
Now, Dr. Thayer explained last week that the NTP excluded all animal studies that found adverse effects inside the brain if the study did not also measure some outward manifestation of behavior like learning decrements. And Dr. Suji, you followed this same approach in your review, correct?
Yes, because those studies at this point are not sufficiently informative to answer questions about whether the animal studies would support effects at 0.7 in humans, and the animal functional testing were much more informative. At least we could understand if there were actual effects.
Now, Dr. Suji, you understand that the substantial majority of animal studies on fluoride neurotoxicity have focused on the changes going on inside the brain and have not focused on the outward manifestations of behavior, correct?
Yes, these studies are much easier to conduct, so there are more of them, but they also suffer, in fact, maybe more so, various study problems like lack of investigator blinding, randomization, high doses. It's unclear if the animals were tested at the different times, which would change different neurochemical levels. So there are lots of issues with those studies, and we don't have a consistent evidence of a mechanism like some of the other chemicals. So at this point, they're just not as informative as looking at the functional animal testing.
Now, Doctor, you focused your review on the learning and memory studies in this case, correct?
Yes.
And in your deposition, you stated that you only at most skimmed studies that dealt with the changes going on inside the brain, correct?
Objection to the form of the question.
I skimmed a lot of them. Some of them I looked at in more detail. Sorry.
So I just want to be clear, Doctor, because we've heard a lot about the importance of systematic review. And are you prepared to provide expert testimony to this court on a body of literature that you hadn't reviewed before you're retained in this case, and that at most you skimmed as part of your review in this case?
Objection, argumentative.
I looked at some
hold
of
on, hold on. You misstated her testimony. She said she skimmed some and looked at others. So your question is overbroad. Rephrase it.
Thank you, Your Honor. Do you feel, Dr. Suji, that you are qualified to provide expert testimony on the full extent of the animal literature dealing with changes going on inside of the brains of the animals?
I relied on the findings of previous reviews, 2006, our review in 2009, where that was set aside. And I've looked at some of that literature as part of my professional consulting work on projects. I also have looked at the conclusions of NTP and other organizations, NAS more recently, about—
Hold on, Dr. Suji. That you're not answering the question. I think the question was specific about your expertise in this case, about those studies that only look within the brain and not the outward behavioral manifestations in animals. Are you prepared, or are you in a position to give expert testimony on those studies?
That was not the focus of my review, and I think they have, because they've been reviewed by other authoritative bodies and not been found to be conclusive. So I set them aside, although I looked at some of those studies, particularly ones that also had functional testing, if there were any consistencies there. So my focus is correct. My focus was on a systematic review of the functional experimental animal testing, particularly for learning and memory.
Now,
Because it's more informative.
Okay, thank you.
earlier in this case, the court heard testimony from the representative of the CDC, who testified that the CDC accepts the NRC's summary of the hazard with respect to the changes that go on inside the brain of fluoride-treated animals. Do you agree with the CDC on that? Do you also accept the NRC's findings on the hazard?
Well, certainly it speaks to potential and hazard, which is, could it cause it at any dose? but none of the authorities that have reviewed it have concluded how exactly it's causing those effects. But certainly it does note a hazard.
Now, Your Honor, at this point, could I show a figure from Dr. Thiessen's expert declaration?
Well, maybe you can be a little bit more specific so counsel can respond.
Yes, it's the figure that has been previously discussed. It's page 43 of Dr. Thiessen's declaration.
Page, what page?
43, Your Honor.
(43) of the declaration? I don't, you mean 42?
Yes, Your Honor. I was going by the PDF pagination. It's 42.
All right, any objection?
I think if there's a foundation that the witness looked at this, which shouldn't be an issue, no objection.
All right, why don't you lay that foundation?
Dr. Tsuji, I understand you have reviewed Dr.
Sorry, counsel, you need to
Hold on.
repeat the question.
Yeah, Mr. Atkins, it's your, for some reason, your microphone is very sensitive. Every time you move a paper, it obstructs. So you might either want to mute, and when you want to object, you can hold down the space bar without having to go to that lower corner. You just hold down the space bar. That will automatically unmute you to make your objection. But if you need to shuffle papers, I would go to mute.
I've been doing my best for that. I just jostled a little bit and missed it, but I'll do a better job. Thank you.
If it continues to be a problem, I'm going to ask you to mute, and then you can unmute by pressing the space bar. I assume you have a space bar. That effectively unmutes it as long as you hold that space bar down. Okay. All right. Why don't you re-ask the question?
And Dr. Tsuji, I understand you have reviewed Dr. Thiessen's declaration in this case?
Yes.
Now, I've just put on the screen a figure from Dr. Thiessen's report. It's page, can you see that on your screen?
Yes.
Now, I'm looking here, Dr. Tsuji, at these, the solid boxes that we see at the 45 milligram per liter concentration. Dr. Thiessen explained each of these studies found adverse effects at this concentration. And Dr. Tsuji, you agree that the animal studies are almost unanimous in finding neurotoxic effects at 45 parts per million, correct?
Yes, and many of them also find weight loss or lack of weight gain.
And in fact, Dr. Tsuji, you find the evidence of harm at 45 parts per million to be so clear that you did not think it was even necessary for the McPherson study to test the rats at this concentration, correct?
Well, I had concerns that it would not be possible to really test whether learning and memory was happening or something else was happening to the rats because it was getting too high and causing either other toxic effects, systemic effects, or the rats don't like drinking that much sodium or the taste of the water or something of that nature. I also find the McPherson study should actually be replicated 9 times because they tested 9 different tests. And so they're not just one study.
Well, let me then ask you the same question I asked you at your deposition. Dr. Tsuji, do you think the McPherson study, which I'm pointing to here with the pointer, do you think that McPherson study should have also tested fluoride at a concentration of about 45 parts per million?
It would have been nice because then we'd have a well-conducted study that looked at that level. But again, I would hope that they would measure a lot of clinical chemistry and body weight and food intake and water intake. I think at 20, getting much above 20, that's where we start seeing animals having these effects. So I'm not sure how helpful it'd be to go all the way up to 45, but it would have been nice to have a dose above 20.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to introduce impeachment testimony. And the page is 291, line 6 to 20.
Any objection?
I think the witness's answer extends on to page 292, line 4. So my objection is that this would be an incomplete answer.
All right, why don't you read the whole thing.
Mr. Dixon, can you put it up on the screen? Question. Would you agree that the McPherson study would be more informative on the relationship between fluoride in learning and memory impairments if it had included a dose group of, say, 40 ppm or 45 ppm? Answer. I think at that point, it's fairly clear in animal literature you're going to have effects. I think they thought they might have effects at 20. I don't know what they would have thought, but they think, from what I can see in hindsight, it appears that based on the limitations they had, they were trying to pinpoint where a Noel would be, not reconfirm where I think we already know that animals lose weight and have problems. So given their limitations, it's probably what they did was about as best as you could do. Now, in hindsight, you could always design further studies to investigate other doses. Thank you, Mr. Dixon. You can take that down. And Dr. Tsuji, you agree that animal studies have generally been consistent in finding neurotoxic effects in rats exposed to more than 20 parts per million fluoride, correct?
Well, it's not clear, and the NTP has commented on this extensively. It's not clear if those are direct or indirect effects, but yes, you see more consistent effects in the neurobehavioral testing.
Now, Dr. Tsuji, you agree that with the exception of dental fluorosis, if EPA were doing a risk assessment on fluoride neurotoxicity and just looking at the animal data, 20 parts per million would be a reasonable Noel, correct?
Objection foundation.
Overruled.
Well, given what they have right now, they could use that. In a perfect world, it would have been better to have a well-conducted study testing doses above 20 to pinpoint where you're going to have effect level and where that no effect level really lies.
And just to be clear, at your deposition, you agreed that 20 parts per million is a reasonable Noel to use if you're just looking at the animal data, correct?
With what you have right now, yes. That's all you have right now.
Now, Dr. Tsuji, at this concentration of 20 parts per million, the McPherson study found an increase in pain sensitivity, correct?
It found that effect, and many assume that any difference from the control is an adverse effect. However, you have to look at the body of literature on whether it makes sense. When you do a lot of different tests like McPherson did, there's always a chance that you're going to have positive findings in some tests or another. And I can give you some examples even in that study that really don't make sense in our chance. Now, you also have to look at the body of literature on fluoride, which shows that when animals at the higher doses, on that hot plate latency test, they have a decreased pain sensation. So that makes you wonder whether, and there's other tests that showed more depressive effects. So that makes you wonder whether that increase or decrease latency on the hot plate really is random, or is it an effect?
Well, Dr. Tsuji, you have stated that you would find any adverse effect from any of the tests conducted in the McPherson study to be a meaningful result, correct?
I think if they concluded it was an adverse effect, that would be meaningful.
Okay, Your Honor, I'd like to introduce impeachment testimony, page 152, lines 4 to 15.
All right, any objection?
What was the page again, counsel?
152, lines 4 to 15.
Yes, I do object. It's an incomplete explanation of the witness's answer, and two, it's not an inconsistent statement.
This is page 152.
Correct.
Headline, hold on.
Line
Headline
4 to 15, Your Honor.
4 to 15.
Yes.
Well, I would read the complete answer.
Okay, will do, Your Honor. Mr. Dixon, can you put page 152 on the screen? So if McPherson's study had found, sorry, I'll repeat that again, Your Honor. Question. So if McPherson's study had found an effect in one of those studies, would you find that to be significant? Answer. In what way? Question. In that it would be a meaningful result for you or not? Answer. I would find any results of McPherson to be meaningful because the study was planned to identify all the deficiencies that were noted by NTP 2016, of which there are many. And therefore, the way that McPherson et al. Conducted their study was much more robust and of higher quality than many of the other studies, I guess all the other studies in the literature. And as a result, I really was interested in what they were finding in their studies because they address many of the same tests that were run in the literature. Mr. Dixon, you can take that down. And Dr. Tsuji, other studies before McPherson had also found an increase in pain sensitivity from fluoride exposure, correct?
I remember a test on the hot plate in which they had a decreased, I mean, they had a, it seemed like decreased the opposite effect.
Your Honor,
and McPherson.
This time we'd like to introduce impeachment testimony, page 315, lines 2 to 6.
All right. Give counsel a chance to look.
No objection.
All right, go ahead.
Question, and this was not the first study on animals to find that fluoride increases pain sensitivity, correct? Answer, there are other studies out there, yes.
I
Now,
have since found that I'm incorrect.
no question pending, doctor.
Well, no, given the nature of this, I'm going to let her explain. Go ahead.
At the time, I thought that the result I was remembering was the same as McPherson, but when I went back and looked after my deposition, I found it was the opposite. And there were other studies that indicated higher fluoride exposure causes more depressive effects.
Now, the statistical.
Let me ask a question. Are you saying there are no studies that were consistent with McPherson? You said there are some that were inconsistent. Were there any studies that were consistent with respect to sensitivity to pain?
I looked at that. The one I found, and also McPherson found one aspect of the water maze where the rats swam faster. They didn't necessarily perform worse, but they swam faster, but it was statistically significant. What I could find was that the opposite happened in higher doses in other studies. The rats stayed longer on the hot plate and they didn't swim directly to the platform. They swam more erratically.
All right, but you didn't see any other studies that were consistent with the effect found in McPherson?
Not from my quick look afterwards.
Thank you.
Now, Dr. Tsuji, the statistical odds that the increase in pain sensitivity reported in McPherson was just a fluke chance are less than 0.5%, correct?
Yes, but that chance of finding that 0.5% gets higher if you do more tests, although they did do some proper statistics to try to eliminate that, but you can't completely eliminate it. And I mentioned also in my deposition, it's not exactly at the same place, but it's maybe a page later, I refer again to noting that when you do that many tests, there's a possibility you're going to find results that are chance or not exactly an adverse effect, but just because you've just been doing so many tests, you can have these chance results.
Now, Dr. Tsuji, you claim to have conducted a systematic review in this case, correct?
Yes.
And as the court heard on Friday, one of the main goals of systematic review is to promote transparency. Do you understand that?
Yes, that's one of the goals.
Yeah.
There are other goals too.
Yet in your expert report, despite finding the McPherson study to be such an important study, you never once even disclosed that the McPherson study found an increase in pain sensitivity, did you?
I was focusing on the overall results that would inform us about learning and memory.
And of all the learning and memory studies that you identified in your systematic review, every published paper which you found, which did not find an effect on learning and memory, was also identified by Dr. Thiessen in her expert report, correct?
Yes. But she didn't discuss all the tests of the McPherson study, so therefore they weren't really covered in her report.
Right, but doctor, you just testified that you yourself in your expert report never even discussed or disclosed the increase in pain sensitivity in that study, did you?
That was one test that wasn't measuring learning and memory.
So you criticized Dr. Thiessen for not discussing the pain sensitivity findings, but you yourself didn't discuss it. Is that correct?
No, I criticized her for not discussing the learning and memory studies in her report.
Well, she did discuss the absence of a learning effect in her report, correct?
Yes, but she doesn't talk about what the nature of the study was, how well it was conducted, the number of animals, the investigator blinding, the randomization, the different aspects, especially the Morris-Water maze test, which is the best test in animals for assessing learning and memory, generally considered. And the Morris-Water maze test that was done by McPherson looked at a number of different aspects, many of which are not even investigated or reported on by the other studies in the literature.
Now, the McPherson study also found that the rats in the 20 ppm group swam faster than the controls, correct?
Yes, but they also swam directly to the platform. There was no difference in the path they took. And they identified the right path platform. The probe test also indicated that there was no difference from controls in the time they spent were in the goal quadrant where they should be. So there was McPherson concluded that there was no adverse effect on learning and memory.
But just to be clear, yes or no, did the rats in the 20 ppm group swim faster than the control rats?
It was the rate that they got to the goal platform where they should be was statistically faster than the controls.
And yet they traveled the same distance, correct?
Yes.
So they got there quicker, but they traveled the same distance.
Yes.
And that's indicative of swimming faster, correct?
Yes.
And as a general rule, hyperactive animals tend to swim faster than healthy animals, correct?
Objection, Foundation.
Overruled.
Hyperactive animals tend to swim erratically, and it interferes with their ability to get quickly to the goal.
In your declaration and today, you've talked about body weight changes are often observed in fluoride-treated animals, but you do not provide in your report, in your declaration, any actual data to permit this court to see how frequent or infrequent those body weight changes are, do you?
I didn't summarize it in my report because the problem with that is many of the studies did not even report the health of the animal, the body weight of the animal, so we don't know if they lost weight or not. Studies that report on body weight often find reduced body weight compared to the controls when you look at these higher exposure concentrations. Also, body weight is a very gross measure of health.
But nowhere in your report or in your declaration did you isolate out all the studies that have reported on body weight to show how frequent or infrequent those body weight changes are, did you?
Actually, I do report a number of studies that showed these body weight changes. If you go through my report, I didn't itemize them in one list, but I note in several places studies that reported this. But many of the studies do not report body weight, and that is really concerning.
It's correct to say that you did not systematically assess body weight changes in the animal literature, correct?
I looked at the updated literature that I did the review on.
Now, at no point in your expert report or your declaration do you ever address what the EPA says about interpreting body weight changes in neurotoxicity studies, correct?
EPA has some general guidelines, which unfortunately I think are outdated. That was published in 1998, and subsequent authorities consider changes in the health of the animals, which is grossly reflected by these body weight reductions, and in some extreme cases, complete loss of litters. And that you really have to be concerned about in toxicity testing, not even just for neurotoxicity, but in general for developmental studies or even ordinary toxicity studies of animals.
Okay, so this is a simple yes or no question. At any point in the trial declaration that you have submitted to this court, do you ever discuss what the EPA says about body weight changes in neurotoxicity studies and your assessment of it? Nowhere in your declaration can there be found a discussion on that, correct?
I do not cite the 1998 guidelines. I am basing it on the scientific literature and my experience in conducting toxicity studies.
Now, Dr. Tsuji, at your deposition and today, you've acknowledged that drinking fluoridated water during infancy causes dental fluorosis, correct?
Yes.
And are you aware, Dr. Tsuji, that many children living in fluoridated areas today do in fact have mild dental fluorosis?
I'm not an expert on the prevalence of dental fluorosis.
Now, the rats in the 20 ppm group in the McPherson study, they had mild dental fluorosis on their teeth, correct?
Yes.
And Dr. Tsuji, you would certainly expect that human infants drinking formula with 20 parts per million fluoride would develop much more severe fluorosis than just mild fluorosis, correct?
Oh, surely. 20 milligram per liter for humans is a much higher number than for rats. You have to take into account, of course, the human equivalency is going to result in a lower level. As I noted, one way might be the 5 times, which would be about 4 milligram per liter.
Right. And that 5 times factor that you just identified, Dr. Tsuji, that reflects differences in toxicokinetics between rats and humans, where rats require more fluoride to ingest to get the same concentrations of fluoride in the blood, correct?
Yes, that's what that is based on.
But that factor, Dr. Tsuji, of toxicokinetics, that does not encompass or incorporate differences in toxicodynamics, correct?
Well, when if you were to do some more precise calculations, you would have to investigate that. And for fluoride, you'd have to consider whether it's metabolized or not. It's a fairly simple ion, so you don't have to worry about that complication and that difference in humans.
Well, Dr. Tsuji.
But yes, there may be some things that are not included in that comparison of serum levels.
You agree?
Hold on, counsel. Maybe you can elicit from the witness for the court's benefit the difference between toxicokinetics and toxicodynamics, because you're all speaking in inside ballpark language.
So Dr. Tsuji, I'll try to give you my summary. If you could just tell me if this is generally correct. Toxicokinetics refers to the absorption and distribution of a chemical through the body and gives you a sense of how much of the chemical will get to the target site of interest. Would that be a fair summary?
Yes, has to do with absorption and distribution, elimination, things of that nature.
Toxicodynamics, on the other hand, refers to the level of the chemical at the target site that actually can produce the effect, correct?
Yes, it also has to do with things like differences in receptor binding or metabolism into other types of metabolites and things like that.
And you agree, Dr. Suji, that in addition to accounting for the differences in toxicokinetics between rats and humans on fluoride, we also need to account for the differences in toxicodynamics, correct?
When we're doing a risk assessment, yes, and then also, I guess, in considering effects.
And EPA, when they adjust for the difference in toxicodynamics between rats and humans, EPA uses an uncertainty factor of 3, correct?
That's the standard default factor.
So I just want to repeat where we've been. You start with 20 ppm in McPherson. That's the rat level. To account for toxicokinetics, you divide by 5, which gets you down to 4 parts per million. And then to account for toxicodynamics, you divide by another 3, which gets you down to about 1.3 ppm. Is that correct, Dr. Suji?
Yes, the other way that it's done, of course, is using the body weight, the 3/4 body weight assumption, which gets you to a different number, but somewhat similar.
Okay. Now, the McPherson study was a single generation study, correct?
Yes.
And the NTP, the National Toxicology Program, has issued guidance on testing developmental neurotoxicity in single generation studies, correct?
Well, that guidance you're referring to also includes collecting information of use for a cancer bioassay, and that becomes important in what species you select.
Now, in that guidance, the NTP identified Sprague Dowley rats as the preferred species to use for single generation animal studies where neurotoxicity is being tested, correct?
Not
I'm
just
I'm sorry, excuse me, Mr. Connor. Could you repeat the question, please?
You know, Your Honor, I'll move on because we're running short on time here. Dr. Suji, in your expert report in this case, you relied upon OCID's guidelines for developmental neurotoxicity studies, correct?
That's one of them.
And for the benefit of the court reporter, OCID is Organizational for Economic Cooperation and Development. That's correct, Dr. Suji, right?
Yes.
And
The European guidance.
And the OCID guidelines recognize that different strains of rats may have differing performance attributes, correct?
That's a general statement, yes.
And the OCID guidelines also state that at a minimum, the dosing should begin at gestational day 6, correct?
Yes.
So to be clear, the OCID guidelines don't recommend against dosing from day 0 of gestation, do they?
No, they don't.
The OCID guidelines state that consideration should actually be given to dosing the animals at day 0 of gestation, correct?
I think the statement about the gestation day 6 is most consistent, however, with all the other guidelines. I can't exactly remember what they say about dosing earlier.
Well,
Look at that.
Your Honor, we'd like to introduce impeachment testimony, page 301. Lines 5 to 17.
Any objection?
Yes, Your Honor. First, I think the witness's testimony is that she doesn't recall. So if this is being used to refresh, I think the OCID guidelines would be a more appropriate document. And then second of all, this is, again, an incomplete quotation from the witness's answer, and it should be extended to 302, line 1.
All right, overruled, but I want that whole section to be read. Go ahead.
Question, an OCID states dosing may begin from the initiation of pregnancy, gestational day 0, although consideration should be given to the potential of the test substance to cause pre-implantation loss. Did I read that correctly? Answer, yes. Question, so what OCID is saying here is if you have reason to know that starting treatment at gestational day 0 won't cause pre-implantation loss, go ahead and start the treatment at gestational day 0, right? Answer, yes. They say may begin. They also note that in many times that it may be impractical when you have these laboratory time-mated animals to begin dosing at gestation day 0. And that's what McPherson et al. Used. Thank you, Mr. Dixon. Now, Dr. Suji, prior to the McPherson study, a number of the fluoride studies had started the exposure at gestational day 0, correct?
Yes.
And in those studies, there were no reported issues with pre-implantation loss, correct?
I think unless you get too high. But yes, in general, fluoride is not a reproductive toxin.
Now, Dr. Suji, you're familiar with the Mullenix study from 1995, correct?
I haven't read it recently, but yes, at one point I did read it.
And the Mullenix study found neurotoxic effects from prenatal fluoride exposure, correct?
Yes, in the males, when the mothers were injected with bolus doses.
Yeah, and you would agree that the Mullenix study found a sex-specific effect where the males were more susceptible when exposed in utero than the females, correct?
Yes.
And it's not uncommon in neurotoxicity research to find sex-specific effects, is it?
Objection, scope.
Why don't you narrow that question?
Dr. Suji, you're familiar with your research on arsenic and lead and other neurotoxins that sex-specific effects are often identified in the literature, correct?
Yes, although what's causing it differs. For example, in arsenic, there's a suggestion that it is more likely cultural practices in not giving girls sufficient nutrition because they also were lower body mass and had growth problems compared to the boys.
Thank you, Your Honor. I have no further questions at this time.
All right, thank you. Any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor. Dr. Suji, you testified that your arsenic 2015 study was a worst case analysis. Can you please explain what you meant by that?
Yes, we made many assumptions against what the scientific evidence would say, just so we could extrapolate the dose response that Hamadani et al. Reported in Bangladesh in girls to what it might mean at a 1 IQ point loss for a reference dose. And so, for example, it's not clear that that really is a dose response that is caused by arsenic in that population because of the nutritional problems I talked about. We made assumptions about you could extrapolate the testing type of testing that was done to the US population. They didn't have complete correction for maternal IQ. I think that is also the case in some of the fluoride studies. They were other things that we just used a default rather than for this first go round. We just thought, okay, let's make a very conservative worst case extrapolation and see what that means. We could have used it, as I said, we could have tried using the US data, but the best conducted US study did not indicate a dose response for IQ and arsenic.
Dr. Suji, you were also shown page 42 of Dr. Thiessen's declaration in this case. You recall that?
Yes.
Your Honor, may we go back to that page 42 of Dr. Thiessen's declaration?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Hambrick, could you please put T45 on the screen? PDF page 43. Dr. Suji, I understood your testimony to be that there were near unanimous effects at the 45 milligram per liter dose. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you testified that you also saw effects on body and weight gain at those doses. Is that right?
Yeah, in studies that report body weight gain, you often see that. There are a few studies, I think the Pace used 50 and didn't find, but that was a US study, an older study. Interestingly enough, they didn't find body weight gain or body weight problems. So, but a lot of these studies that are conducted in other countries, they are finding these effects.
And could you just explain for us, what do you mean when there was an effect on body and weight gain?
The animals did not grow as fast. In some of the studies that actually measured the water intake, the animals were not drinking enough water. One of the studies noted that actually at a very low dose, 22.6, and so I think there's a problem with that study. Maybe they didn't measure the fluoride concentration accurately or the dietary concentration. But the mother rats in the highest dose group at 22.6 milligram per liter weren't drinking enough water, such that many of the litters had pups that starved because they weren't getting enough milk.
And so what is your overall conclusion with respect to the meaning behind these effects on weight gain as it relates to your opinion in this case?
Well, it's well known that insufficient nutrition in animals and in humans can affect a lot of your body systems, including neural development. So when you have that effect going on, as you get higher in doses in the animals, and again, we don't have well-conducted studies above 20 milligram per liter, then it becomes even harder to use animal data at those levels to make any conclusions about effects in humans at much lower doses.
Dr. Tsuji, you also spoke of the Mulinex study. Do you recall that?
Yes.
You used the term bolus dosing. Could you please explain what you mean by that?
Yes, the mothers were injected at certain points in gestation with large doses of fluoride. And although on a milligram per day basis, it might be similar to what the animal might drink from fluoride, being injected all at once into the body means that a lot more fluoride is a lot more concentrated fluoride is in the body at a time, and therefore can cause effects, including on the developing fetus.
Do you recall what the dose was in the Mulinex study?
I don't recall it off the top of my head. I'm sorry.
Do you recall whether the dose in the Mulinex study was relevant to fluoride exposures in the U.S. population?
Eating.
I remember it was high, and afterwards the pups were given doses that were really high. At the top dose at 175, in fact, I think they only use females at the higher doses, maybe because they have insufficient male pups that survive, but 175, all of the animals died of dehydration, weren't drinking the water.
Now, Dr. Tsuji, before your work on this case, had you ever taken any scientific position on the safety of community water fluoridation?
No, I don't think so.
And before your work on this case, had you ever taken any scientific position on the potential hazards of community water fluoridation?
Your Honor, this is beyond the scope.
No.
I'll allow it. Overruled.
Now, do you think this makes you more or less qualified to offer the kind of opinions on the state of the toxicological literature regarding fluoride that you offered in your testimony in this case?
Well, I really haven't considered the benefits or those other issues. I just looked at the toxicology literature. I tried to just concern myself with what the science is and what it's saying and what we can make of it, particularly with respect to the experimental animal studies.
Your Honor, would you permit a brief indulgence while I confer with my colleague?
Okay.
Your Honor, we passed the witness. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anything on recross?
Yes, briefly, Your Honor.
Okay.
And I just need to, I'm going to call up the same figure from the Thiessen Declaration. Dr. Suji, can you see this figure again on your screen?
Yes.
So council was asking you some broad questions about body weight changes, and I just want to be clear. In these 10 studies, Dr. Suji, that we are looking at here, none of these studies found body weight changes in the animals at the lowest doses, correct?
Not at the lower doses. Let me see. Yeah, I think they started in Jang at the 22.6.
In fact, Dr. Suji, there are six of these 10 studies reported body weight, correct?
I don't recall them off the top of my head, but I believe so.
Now, do you have any reason to disagree with what Dr. Thiessen said, that of the 6 studies of these 10 that we're looking at that reported body weight changes, only 1 study found an effect on body weight? Do you have any reason to disagree with that observation?
I thought, I'd have to go back and look, but I thought Sun found some effects. I'd have to go look.
Do you have any reason to disagree with what Dr. Thiessen said, which is of the 6 studies that reported body weight changes, in the studies that we're actually looking at on this screen, only 1 study found an effect on body weight, and in that study, it was only at the highest level. Do you have any basis to disagree with that?
Objection. Objection. Asked and answered. If council wishes to refresh the witness's recollection, he's welcome to do so.
Overruled, has not been answered.
That is not quite correct. So in Jang, they had body weight problems beginning at 22.6, and then I think they had body weight problems at the higher dose as well. And I think they had body weight problems. They had body weight problems at 3 doses, I thought.
So you're pointing here
The
to
dose in between as well that they had body weight problems.
You're pointing to 1 study here, the Zhang 2014 study that we see on the right. And you're saying that body weight changes were observed, as you noted in your report, at 23 parts per million, correct?
Yes.
Can you point me, Dr. Suji, to any other study here in this figure that we're looking at where they found any body weight changes at all?
Well, I think as you noted that 2 of them didn't report on body weight. And the others, like McPherson and the Bartos studies, were at low doses. I'd have to go back and look, but I thought there might have been some issues in some of the others. But Chen and Wang and Hui especially is a very poorly conducted study. So, you know, I'd have to go look at that issue. And there are other studies even before that had body weight problems.
All right. Well, I got the answer. Go ahead.
So lastly, Dr. Suji, you've been talking about the word taste and how water tastes for the rats. I looked at the NTP's 2016 report. I searched for the word taste. I didn't find it. Why don't you think the NTP talked about this word taste in their analysis of the literature?
Objection exceeds the scope of redirect.
That's true. Overruled, sustained.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you. Anything on redirect?
None, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. That will conclude your testimony, Dr. Suji. Thank you for your cooperation and for appearing.
Thank you.
So this takes us right to the 10 o'clock hour. We'll go ahead and take our first 15-minute break.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Court is in recess.
The recording has stopped.
Oh, Angie?
Yes.
Hi, we are going to switch. Paul Anderson is now.
For what? I'm sorry, your volume.
Sorry, Paul Anderson is now for Total Trial Services is going to be taking over for Cameron. Could you promote him as a panelist?
Okay, did the other one leave?
Believe so.
So I have Total Trial Services raising their hand.
Yeah, that's Paul.
Okay. And before we go back on the record, for the attendees, please do not raise your hand during session, during any examination or testimony. You may raise your hand if you want to ask a question after the proceedings have either paused, we're in a recess, or after trial. Let's go back onto the record.
This meeting is being recorded.
Please come to order. Court is now in session.
All right. Welcome back, everyone. We're going to resume with the government's case, and you may call your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. Again, this is Simibot. Before we begin, we understand that plaintiff's counsel has an objection with one of the lines of inquiry that we are planning to explore with this witness, and we just wanted to address it up front.
Okay.
So, if I may explain, as Your Honor knows, Dr. Ganjan has testified in this case that he is an expert on fluoride literature, that he's very familiar with the literature, and that is why he didn't need to conduct a systematic review of the literature. He further testified that he was very familiar with the reports presented at the 2019 conference of the International Society of Environmental Epidemiology. And as you know, Your Honor, we have been exploring with plaintiff's witnesses whether they were aware of another report in that presented at that conference on fluoride and neurodevelopment that they did not discuss in their reports. Now, our witness has looked at that abstract book very recently and has looked at that abstract, and she can testify to the contents of that abstract, and her testimony serves as a rebuttal to testimony that we have heard from plaintiff's witnesses about their familiarity with the literature, the value of the search that they did, the value of their familiarity with the literature. And not only that, but it rebuts, I think, a central question in this case, which is, do all of the prospective cohort studies actually show an adverse association with neurodevelopment? So this is a study that we would like to explore with this witness who has knowledge of it.
What is the timing of the, remind me when the abstract was released?
So the conference was in late August of 2019, which was after our witness submitted her expert report on August 1st. And it was later included in a collection published by the Journal of the International Society of Environmental Epidemiology in October. We only very recently became aware of the booklet of abstracts because you cannot actually find it on PubMed because it is a collection of abstracts from a conference. So the searches that our expert did back in August 1st on PubMed for fluoride wouldn't have yielded this abstract because, well, it didn't exist back then. And also because using that search protocol, you just can't bring it up. So she can attest that she only last week read this abstract from this conference book, whereas plaintiff's witnesses have attested that they attended the conference, received the abstract book, or were given the abstract book around late August, and we just haven't heard about it until now.
All right, response?
Yes, Your Honor. On one hand, they seem to be wanting to attack plaintiff's experts for not knowing about the abstract, while their own experts had no idea about it until last week, apparently. Your Honor, the abstract came out August of last year. They had ample time to supplement their reports. In fact, I didn't depose doctors. Well, They had ample time to supplement. The first time, Your Honor, the first time that plaintiffs heard from defense counsel that their experts intend to offer opinions on this abstract was on Sunday afternoon at 2 p.m. First time in this entire litigation, literally on the eve of their expert taking the stand. This is the quintessential trial by surprise. I mean, they had ample opportunity to make it part of their expert disclosure, supplement their reports, and we would have had the opportunity in due course to respond. Now, to the extent, Your Honor, that you want the expert to testify on this, then I think under Rule 37, because this is sanctionable conduct, to the extent that the Dr. Chang is permitted to testify on this, we would ask as a matter of fairness, as a matter of right, to be able to increase our time for cross-examination in this case and for rebuttal. We would ask, Your Honor, for 2 additional hours to plaintiff's time, because we already have a lot of material, Your Honor, to cover with respect to the disclosed opinions. And now we're going to have to both discover and cross-examine Dr. Chang on these undisclosed opinions in the context of a trial where time is a premium. So this abstract, which is, I think, surprising that the EPA would try to rest its case on an unpublished abstract, but if that's the choice that they want to make, we're fine with it, but we would ask that we have the opportunity to carefully vet, carefully cross-examine exponent scientist who now wants to use this abstract for the basis of her opinion. So that would be our position, Your Honor. We think they have violated their obligations under Rule 37, but we think we are prejudiced by this because we have not had time to prepare this case to address this abstract. But if Your Honor wants to hear about it, we believe we should be able to explore the foundation as well as explore the experts' opinions in full so that Your Honor is able to vet the merits of this abstract, because we believe when you vet the merits of this abstract, you are going to find that it is woefully lacking.
And are you also proposing a rebuttal from one of your prior, who would provide the rebuttal?
Depending on what Dr. Chang says, it would be one of would be either Dr. Hu, Dr. Lanphier, and Dr. Grandjean. And we would have to wait to see what Dr. Chang says. We are prepared to provide that rebuttal testimony, Your Honor. We're absolutely prepared, and we are prepared to vigorously cross-examine Dr. Chang on this poorly conducted abstract.
All right. When did you become aware of this abstract?
Last week.
So none of your witnesses had seen this abstract or was aware of it prior.
That's as explained in the testimony, Your Honor. I mean, okay. These conference proceedings have like hundreds of abstracts. So it's not like it's like a 5-page document. They're very lengthy materials. So that's plaintiff's position, Your Honor. We would ask for 2 additional hours to plaintiff's case so that at the end of the day, this case is decided on the facts, decided on the science, rather than a surprise a tactic that EPA is using at the last minute to slip under the door a very poorly...
I understand your point. Ms. Bott, why wasn't this disclosed earlier? It's just because your side wasn't aware of this until just recently?
Yes, Your Honor, that's correct. We hadn't seen the abstract book from this conference until just last week. And so what is the current status you mentioned about publication? Well, Your Honor, our witness can attest to this, but it has, she's been in contact with the authors of the study, and they have said that they're submitting this paper for publication within the next 2-3 months. So publication is not immediately imminent. It's not going to come during the course of the trial. But she has been in correspondence with the authors. They have said that the findings of the final paper will be substantially similar to the abstract, and that is the status of the study right now.
So submitting for publication, that means there's not been a peer review process yet.
I don't think that there has been a peer review process through a journal, but as Dr. Grandjean attested, there is a steering committee for cohorts, and so I do believe that they received feedback during the course of their investigation.
All right, but it's not gone through the publication peer review process.
It is not a peer-reviewed abstract, Your Honor, and I would point out that plaintiffs' experts rely on multiple conference abstracts or other abstracts that were not peer-reviewed. In
Yeah,
particular,
no, I understand. I understand the tit for tat, but frankly, this case, as I said at the outset, centers a lot on the studies, the MIRAC and the element studies, and now you're introducing a study that has not been published, not been submitted, not been peer-reviewed. On the other hand, in the interest of absorbing all the scientific information available, I'm going to allow the examination, but I am going to give plaintiffs time to cross on this, and that time on cross on this subject will not be counted within reason. If you go on and on and on, I'm going to cut you off, but the time you spend on cross on this particular topic, we won't count that time. And I will allow I don't think you're going to need 2 hours of rebuttal testimony on one study, but I'll allow a short rebuttal from one of your witnesses. But I am determined to complete this trial by Wednesday. So I'm going to allow the testimony, but I'm going to also allow extended time for cross-examination and for rebuttal.
Your Honor, if I could, I came today, I have been preparing for this witness to address her disclosed opinions in this case. Would Your Honor permit us to do the cross-examination of Dr. Chang tomorrow afternoon? I don't think it's going to be that long, but could we do it tomorrow so that we have the actual ability to prepare to address this abstract? And I would add in there, Your Honor, counsel has just represented to the court that Dr. Chang has been communicating with the authors. We would ask that those communications be immediately produced. They are within the scope of expert discovery in this case, Your Honor. In this case, we have had an expert disclosure requirement that any and all communications with third-party persons regarding the subject matter of their testimony is discoverable. So we would ask that all of these communications be produced immediately this afternoon so that we can review them and cross-examine Dr. Chang tomorrow afternoon.
All right, response?
yes, Your Honor, that's fine. We can produce these emails. I can confer with my co-counsel about the scheduling, and if Mr. Conant is suggesting that we simply push this witness until later, then I can confer with my co-counsel as to whether we can call another witness right now.
I think the suggestion is to allow him to complete his cross on this particular subject tomorrow rather than today, because my guess is that, well, it may be moot anyway, because I don't know if we're going to complete Dr. Chang's testimony today. So your request is to be able to segment and reserve the cross until tomorrow, and hopefully she's available sometime tomorrow. We can fit her in if necessary between witnesses or whatever.
Yes, Your Honor, we can confer with the witness as to whether she's available tomorrow afternoon, but my understanding was that court would reconvene on Wednesday for Dr. Conjon because of his time difference.
We're going to do that, but what counsel is asking for is to complete the cross of Dr. Chang tomorrow instead of today, if otherwise would have been completed today.
Yes, I think that should be fine. I think once we bring Dr. Chang on, we can confirm with her that she's available tomorrow afternoon. And to be clear, my redirect on this subject would also be tomorrow afternoon.
Yeah, you'll have a chance to redirect on this subject. I mean, we may have to break out this subject, or we may not have to, because the normal course of things may take more time than we thought anyway. So let's proceed. I will say that with respect to rebuttal, Mr. Conant, if whoever is going to testify in rebuttal also has communications, for instance, with the authors, you are also subject to the same disclosure.
Certainly, Your Honor.
All right. All right. So let's move on, and the government may call its next witness.
Your Honor, just very briefly, I apologize, but just for purposes of clarity, because could we get maybe a commitment from defense counsel that they will produce these communications by 3 p.m. today or some time so that we have the ability to actually review and prepare?
Yeah, all right. Let's so there's no misunderstanding. 3 p.m. okay?
Your Honor, I think it should be depending on when we complete trial. Can we just say 2 hours after trial? I think that would give us ample time.
Yeah, that's fine, but yeah, okay. We're not going past 1:30 today.
Okay.
Well, I'm not intending to.
Okay.
All right, go ahead and call your next witness.
Okay, the government calls Dr. Ellen Chang.
Okay, good afternoon or morning, wherever you are. Dr. Chang.
Good morning.
Angie, if you could administer the oath.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give in the matter now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or so shall you affirm?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr.
All right.
Chang.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Chang, you are an epidemiologist, correct?
Yes.
Briefly, can you explain what epidemiology means?
Yes, sure. It's the scientific study of the causes and patterns of diseases in populations, especially human populations.
What are your qualifications to speak to the court about epidemiology?
I have a doctorate degree in epidemiology with a minor in biostatistics from the Harvard School of Public Health. I also completed a postdoctoral fellowship in medical epidemiology and biostatistics at the Karolinska Institute in Stockholm, Sweden. I previously held jobs as a research scientist at the Cancer Prevention Institute of California, which is a nonprofit cancer research center that was affiliated with Stanford. I also had an adjunct faculty appointment at the Stanford University School of Medicine at that time. And I was the chief epidemiologist at the Asian Liver Center at Stanford, where we worked on liver cancer and hepatitis B awareness and prevention. Right now, I am a principal scientist at Exponent as an epidemiologist in the Center for Health Sciences. I'm also a visiting professor at the Sun Yat-sen University Cancer Center in Guangzhou, China, and I am a member of the Stanford Cancer Institute.
I understand that you're currently working for Exponent, correct?
That's right.
What kind of clients have you had at Exponent?
I've had a variety of clients at Exponent, including clients who are in industry, government, private clients, such as schools and universities. Most of the work that I do is in secondary research. So I've performed systematic literature reviews. I've helped with proactive safety and product development work, including some primary research studies and data analysis. We've also done some secondary data analysis of some, I guess, original data analysis of some existing data sets. I also do some litigation support. I also continue to do academic research that's separate from Exponent, but it's supported by Exponent. So I continue to publish original epidemiological research with my colleagues at other institutions.
Have you published any studies specifically on fluoride?
No.
Can you still evaluate the scientific evidence on fluoride, having not written any studies on fluoride?
Yes, the epidemiological methods that are applied to research on fluoride in humans are the same as across epidemiology in general. So we use the same standard considerations about the methodological strengths and limitations of epidemiological studies. And also we use the same standard considerations regarding the overall weight of the epidemiological evidence, regardless of the exposure and the health outcome at issue, as long as it's a sort of chronic exposure or chronic health outcome as opposed to infectious disease, where the methods are different.
What is your expertise as applied to this case?
My expertise includes epidemiology, including specifically environmental and nutritional epidemiology and biostatistics. I have expertise in systematic literature review and meta-analysis and synthesis of evidence, including reviews of the epidemiology of fluoride and other environmental exposures with respect to neurodevelopmental outcomes and neurotoxicity. I've published several prior systematic reviews of the literature on neurodevelopmental outcomes with respect to other exposures. I'm also familiar in this matter with the epidemiological literature on fluoride's potential impact, if any, on the thyroid as it may relate to potential neurotoxic effects.
What were you asked to do in this case?
At the beginning, I was asked to take a look at the epidemiological literature on fluoride exposure and neurodevelopmental outcomes and summarize what I found. And then I was also asked to respond to the plaintiff's expert opinions when those were released.
Were you asked to complete a systematic review?
No, I wasn't asked to do that per se.
Why did you choose to do that?
I chose to do a systematic literature review because that would be the standard approach in epidemiology to identifying a human health hazard. A systematic literature review aims to integrate all of the relevant scientific evidence on a topic using methods that are objective, comprehensive, transparent, and reproducible. There are essential components of any systematic literature review. These include explicit specification of the research question at issue, use of a wide-ranging and clearly documented search strategy, uniform application of literature search criteria, rigorous critical assessment of the methodological quality and results of the relevant literature based on standard, well-accepted considerations. And so I thought that all of these methods were conducive to generating, a valid and transparent and reproducible opinion on the question that I was asked to address.
Thank you, Dr. Chang. I would like to talk to you about your systematic review process, but before that, I noticed that you used the word hazard. Can you tell me what you as an epidemiologist understand hazard to mean?
Sure, I understand hazard to mean basically the equivalent of a causal effect. So as an epidemiologist, I use hazard identification and causal assessment basically interchangeably. So identifying a hazard to me means identifying a cause of health.
So do you understand your work in this case to be inclusive of or somewhat equivalent to a hazard assessment as an epidemiologist would do one?
Yes.
Now I would like to return to your systematic review process. You have detailed systematic review generally, but how did you do your systematic review for this case?
So before I read studies, I defined the scientific hypothesis at issue using the same process as I think Dr. Thayer discussed on Friday. She referred to this PICO statement, where P stands for defining the relevant study populations. E refers to defining the exposure of interest. C refers to defining the comparison groups of interest, and O refers to defining the health outcomes of interest. So I specified a priori what the scientific hypothesis at issue was for this matter by defining the population at interest to be humans, particularly involving neurodevelopmental exposure. So developmental exposure, that would be anytime in early life up to adulthood. I wanted to look specifically at exposure to fluoride. For the comparison population, I defined that as consisting of any populations with lower as compared with higher exposure to fluoride. And for the outcomes, I was particularly interested in neurological outcomes, defined pretty broadly as including cognitive, behavioral, and other neuropsychological endpoints at any age. I also developed a predetermined set of search terms following this hypothesis, and I identified the literature database or databases where I would search for potentially relevant articles. And I identified a predetermined set of standard criteria for evaluating the strengths and limitations of any given epidemiological study. Those are referenced in my report and I think in my declaration. Sorry.
Would it help you to illustrate what you're talking about if we showed that report?
Sure.
Your Honor, we've marked it demonstrative. That is a table from Dr. Chang's report. Permission to show that now.
All right. No objection, I assume.
Objection.
Okay, so this is a table, this one is from my report, and this is kind of the standard Excel spreadsheet that I always use for systematic literature reviews. And this outlines, I hope everyone can see it, it outlines the categories that I considered in evaluating the methods and the strengths and limitations of each study. So green, the headings that are coded with green are the categories that I considered, especially to determine relevance to the US population. So those include the country where each study was conducted, description of the study population, and then also the levels of fluoride exposure at issue. To evaluate the quality and the validity of the data collected in any given study, I looked at the exposure assessment and the outcome assessment methods. Purple highlights the column listing the confounders in any study that were adjusted for or considered. So confounding refers to a systematic bias in or a spurious association due to the presence of a third factor that's not the exposure, not the outcome, but is associated with both of them and is not on the causal pathway between the two. So as a sort of simple example, if one is studying the association between gray hair and heart disease, then one might find them to be associated, but in this case, age would be a confounder. So older age is associated with higher prevalence of gray hair. It's also associated with a higher risk of heart disease. And so if you don't properly adjust for age, then one will find that gray hair and heart disease are positively associated, but it's not a causal association. It's due to confounding by age. So going back to this table, in the purple column, I listed, all the various confounders that were considered by each study. Blue highlights the results section where you see the key findings from each study. And then also I use those results, the variance of various statistical results, as well as N, which refers to the number of subjects in each study. I use those to evaluate statistical robustness. Yellow overlaps with the green for the study population. At the bottom of each study population row, I tried to include any information on study participation so that I could evaluate selection bias. And then finally, the orange column shown in this table highlights study design, which is, again, a standard epidemiological consideration for the potential validity and strengths and limitations of any study.
Thank you.
Sorry, I also want to mention that as part of my systematic literature review, in addition to identifying sort of standard considerations for evaluating each individual study, I also identified a standard framework in advance, specifically the Hill guidelines for assessing the overall body of literature.
Thank you. Mr. Hambrick, you can clear the screen. Dr. Chang, do you understand the Hill guidelines to be a checklist?
No, I mean, they're specifically not intended to be used in a checklist fashion, where that would So actually going back, the Hill guidelines, I think we've talked about them, or other people have talked about them at some length in this trial, but it's a set of guidelines, a standard framework used by epidemiologists to decide whether a statistical association is causal or potentially due to non-causal factors like confounding, bias, or chance. And the 9 factors are strength, consistency, specificity, temporality, biological gradient, plausibility, analogy, coherence, and experiment. But just as Sir Austin Bradford Hill said, and any epidemiologist would say, you're not supposed to just go check off strength, yes, consistency, yes, specificity, yes. One must, consider each characteristic in depth, and there are nuances to each of these considerations, some of them weighing more than others. And so I came to a conclusion on each of the considerations listed by Sir Austin Bradford Hill, and I also came to an overall conclusion about causality.
Can you summarize your conclusions?
Sure. So my overall conclusion, based on my systematic literature review, in excuse me, considering the results and the strengths and limitations of each study, along with the overall weight of the scientific evidence in accordance with the Hill guidelines, is that it has not been established that neurodevelopmental toxicity is caused by fluoridated water, especially in the range of 0.7 milligrams per liter. And with regard to some of the individual considerations, I found that the evidence is not consistent. The associations that have been found statistically are not strong enough to exclude confounding bias or chance as reasonable explanations for the observation. With regard to biological gradient, it has not been well quantified in most of the available studies. So in general, rigorous epidemiological evidence to support a causal hypothesis currently is sparse.
So would you, as an epidemiologist, say that there is no hazard of neurodevelopmental toxicity given exposure to water fluoridation in the range of 0.7 milligrams per liter?
Leading.
Overruled.
I wouldn't say that there's no hazard. I would say that a hazard has not been established by the available
evidence. Well, I think that we're a little tight on time, so let me get to the heart of the matter. Dr. Chang, I believe that you stated in your declaration that there were some studies that were more informative and some studies that were less informative. So can you explain why some studies were less informative and which studies those were?
Sure. So overall, I looked at, I think, 92 studies that were summarized in my report. 36 of those studies had been included in prior meta-analyses published by Dwan, Tang, and Choi. And 56 of the studies had not previously been meta-analyses. 92 total. The vast majority of these studies were of very poor study design in terms of just standard epidemiological considerations. So almost all of them were cross-sectional, meaning that the exposures and the outcomes were assessed at the same time, thereby preventing any identification of which one first, the exposure or the health outcome. There is the consideration that in some of the studies, despite the fact that they were cross-sectional, the children who were assessed had been living in certain communities, since birth. And so in those cases, although the studies were cross-sectional, they were really most likely assessing exposure that came before health outcome. Many of the studies were ecological in design, meaning that exposures and outcomes were assessed only at the group level. So at the level of village average fluoride levels in drinking water. And so in ecological studies, you can't make valid inferences about individual level exposures. And so the average for a group cannot be said to apply to any really individual within that group. And so ecological studies are well known to be, to yield spurious associations that are not found at the individual level, and vice versa. Sometimes you can't find anything at the ecological level that does exist at the individual level. Almost all the studies had poor control for confounding. They adjusted maybe for age and sex, but almost nothing else, like socioeconomic status, diet. And given that there are many potential influences on neurodevelopmental outcomes, as well as many potential influences on place of residence, which is a major determinant of drinking water exposure, there are many potential confounders of this association. And then most studies didn't report any information on potential for selection bias. They didn't report participation rates. So, out of the 92 studies, I would say there were on the order of approximately a dozen relatively better designed studies.
Did you disregard the less informative studies?
No, I mean, I described all of them in my report. They're all cited, and I took them all into consideration. It's just that, a lot of them carried less weight in my review, but I also mentioned them in the causal analysis that's described in my report and in my declaration.
How would you describe the studies that you weighed more heavily?
There were 10 that I considered to contribute relatively more weight to my analysis, my causal analysis of hazard. So as I mentioned, these were better designed studies. None of them were purely ecological studies. They all had individual level information on exposure. They all had information on multiple confounders, and they all pertain to lower levels of fluoride. So none of them were conducted in so-called fluorosis endemic areas. In other studies, where they were described as having been conducted in areas where dental fluorosis is endemic, those I considered to not be as relevant to the US population. Among the 10 studies, they were also, the 10 more heavily weighted studies, I also considered them to be more relevant to the US based on socioeconomic and cultural considerations.
The court has heard a lot about the Canada and Mexico City cohort studies, so I'd like to ask you about the other studies that you weighed more heavily. Can you describe those?
Sure. So there were 10 studies, but they were conducted in 6 independent study populations. And so 2 of them are the Canada cohort, which I'll try to refer to consistently as the Canada cohort or the Canada birth cohort. There's also a Canadian cross-sectional study. The other study that I won't talk about right now is the Mexico City cohort study. So among the other 4, there were 2 prospective cohort studies that were conducted in New Zealand. We've heard a little bit about those. One was conducted in Christchurch, New Zealand. It's a prospective birth cohort of children followed from birth up to age 6 to 7 years. The main exposure of interest was individual level duration of residence in a community with fluoridated public water based on residential addresses that were updated over time. And then the outcomes of interest were conduct disorder and behavioral problems at ages 6 to 7. And then there was a second analysis of IQ that was conducted at 8 years of age. And that study found no significant association between the measure of fluoride exposure and any of the outcome measurements at issue. There was also a prospective cohort study of children in Dunedin who were identified as having been born in 1 year. They were followed from age 3 up to 38 years, so into adulthood. The main exposures of interest were residents in an area with community water fluoridation, so that's an ecological variable. They also had individual level survey data on use of fluoride tablets and use of fluoridated toothpaste in that study. And the outcomes were IQ at ages 7, 9, 11, 13, and 38 years. That study did not find any significant association between any of the fluoride exposure measures and child IQ. In the adults, they actually found a statistically significant association between community water fluoridation and higher or better IQ in adults, but they didn't find an association with use of fluoride tablets or toothpaste. There are two more of these more relevant studies. One was conducted in Boston. It's a cross-sectional study of children at a pediatric dental practice. It had various measures of fluoride exposure, including dental fluorosis score, living in an area with community water fluoridation, use of fluoridated toothpaste, receiving fluoride supplementation, and receiving infant formula with fluoridated water. So all of these measures were taken into account to define a fluoride exposure index. And then the outcomes were measures of child behavioral problems at ages 7 to 11 years. And this Boston study found no significant associations. And then finally, the Canadian cross-sectional study, it's called the Canadian Health Measures Study. That was a cross-sectional study of nationally representative children aged 3 to 12 years across Canada at 2 time points, 2009 to 11 and 2012 to 13. The exposure in this study was child's urinary fluoride level, and the outcomes were parent-reported diagnosis of any learning disability, ADHD, ADD, dyslexia, or other. And this study found no significant association between a parent-reported diagnosis of any of these outcomes and children's urinary fluoride levels after they adjusted for either creatinine or specific gravity. Before adjustment for urinary dilution, they did find a borderline statistically significant association between fluoride exposure and a higher risk of any learning disability, but that association was weaker and it did not persist after adjustment for urinary dilution.
Dr. Tang, did some of these studies consider infants that were formula fed?
Yes, so as I mentioned in the Boston study, that's by Morgan et al. Is the citation, I think it's 1998. They had information on receipt of infant formula with fluoridated water. So that was one of the measures that they used in their fluoride exposure index. And then the Dunedin cohort study, which was by Broadbent et al., that study, they looked at the association between infant formula and IQ and found that breastfed infants had an association with higher IQ. They also looked at whether there was an interaction. So they looked at whether the association with fluoride exposure varied between breastfed and formula-fed infants, and they did not find a significant interaction.
Now, you had discussed studies in 2 different New Zealand populations, and Dr. Ranjan had also referred to the New Zealand studies. Was Dr. Ranjan correct to suggest that the New Zealand studies are of lesser quality because they did not control for tea consumption?
I mean, I think he was pointing out that tea was a potential confounder of the association or the lack of association in that study. And he also suggested that it could result in exposure misclassification. But I think that assumes that, so I'm trying to illustrate here, these would be the children, I mean, first of all, it would have to be the children who are drinking tea rather than adults. I don't know about child consumption of black tea, but I know it's, quite bitter. But he was suggesting that the tea consumption in the non-fluoridated population raise the fluoride level exposure up to that in the fluoridated population. But I think there's no reason to believe that tea consumption would be higher in the non-fluoridated community. So if on average they both consume the same amount of of tea, or specifically black tea, then that would actually increase the exposure level in both groups. And so that would preserve the exposure difference between the two groups, the fluoridated and the non-fluoridated group. So I think that tea could, black tea consumption, again, I don't know, my kids won't drink black tea. I don't know how big an issue it is among children. It is a potential confounder, I think. I don't think that it would invalidate the study by any means. And there are other studies that haven't controlled for tea. I think in the Mexico City study, I don't believe they controlled for tea intake. I don't think that invalidates the study.
Well, since you brought up the Mexico City study, and you previously discussed the Canada cohort study, how would you just judge the quality of the Mexico City and Canadian cohort studies?
I think that they are of higher quality than the other studies that are available at present. So as I think Dr. Hu testified the other day, he mentioned, there's no such thing as a perfect epidemiological study. I agree with that. For any observational epidemiological study, there are some potential limitations, and so I don't expect any study to be perfect. The Mexico City and Canadian cohort studies are methodologically well designed. In particular, both of them measured urinary fluoride at the individual level among mothers before birth. And so they had prenatal specific measurement of potential fluoride exposure, which the other studies did not specifically measure prenatal exposure to the extent that mothers and children resided in a fluoridated community and didn't relocate between pregnancy and birth and early childhood, then that would still capture some prenatal exposure. But the Mexico City and Canadian cohort studies specifically looked at prenatal exposure using this, this quantifiable specific exposure metric. It does have limitations. Urinary fluoride does have some exposure measurement problems, but those studies were better for that reason. And they also, they had information on a range of confounders.
Well, since you brought up urinary fluoride, Dr. Grandjean made a statement about the World Health Organization, and I believe he said that the World Health Organization has said that urinary fluoride is a good long-term indicator of fluoride exposure. Is that correct?
I have not seen where the World Health Organization or any other health organization identified urinary fluoride as an indicator of long-term or lifetime exposure. Specifically, I looked at some of the World Health Organization documentation. For example, they have a report on fluoride from 1984 where they discussed biomarkers for fluoride exposure. They specifically classified urinary, plasma, and saliva fluoride as indicators of contemporary exposure, that is short-term exposure. And then they separately classified bone and dental, so tooth fluoride, as indicators of historical or long-term exposure. So there they specifically identified urinary fluoride as short-term. I think Dr. Grandjean mentioned that urinary fluoride does contain some fluoride that comes from bone, which is correct. There is some breakdown of bone, and then fluoride gets released and enters the urine. But it's, there are these sort of biomonitoring studies that have looked at urinary fluoride levels in individual people, within individuals, repeated throughout the day, and levels fluctuate throughout the day as people eat or drink. They clearly reflect, to a large extent, they reflect recent intake.
Thank you for that explanation of urinary fluoride, Dr. Tang. To return to your analysis under the Hill guidelines, can you consider, if you're applying the Hill guidelines, can you consider just one study in isolation from the others?
No, I mean, the Hill guidelines specifically are intended for evaluation of the overall body of literature, the overall body of evidence. It's impossible, for instance, to consider consistency across studies or across study populations based on one study only. And so, you know, consistency particularly is important for evaluating whether an association might be due to chance, because any one study might find a statistically significant association just due to chance alone. But if it's repeated again and again across multiple study populations, then it's you know, it becomes unlikely.
What were your findings on consistency here?
You know, with regard to consistency, focusing in especially on the 10 more informative studies, there were inconsistencies in findings among those. So as I mentioned before, in the two New Zealand studies, as well as in the Boston study and in the Canadian cross-sectional study, fluoride exposure was not associated with neurodevelopmental outcomes, whereas in the Mexico City and Canadian cohort studies, there were some certainly adverse associations, and then there were some non-significant associations depending on the outcome and the exposure metric subgroup of interest in those Canadian and Mexico City cohort studies, which are of higher quality. And then between those two higher quality studies, there were also some potential inconsistencies. So in the Canadian cohort study, there was an adverse association between maternal urinary fluoride and IQ among boys, but not among girls. And in girls, there was even a suggestion, although it was statistically non-significant, that fluoride was associated with higher IQ. And then this gender discrepancy was not found in the Mexico City study. You know, we've heard some testimony that there can be real gender differences. You know, sometimes it's true, sometimes, you know, as Dr. Suji mentioned, it's due to cultural practices that differ between genders. But in any case, you know, these could be real, but then we don't know why it's inconsistent in the two studies. And so that's, you know, a source of uncertainty that needs to be resolved. And so, yeah, there are these two studies that have some consistency between them, and then 4 additional studies that are more relevant and better conducted that did not find.
Now, you spoke earlier about biological gradient in the context of the Hill guidelines. Can you explain what biological gradient is and why that's important in your consideration under the Hill guidelines?
Sure. So a biological gradient refers to a dose-response trend that is increasing risk of a health outcome with increasing exposure. And so if one detects a dose-response trend or a biological gradient, then that comports with the broad toxicological principle that Dr. Grandjean referred to, the principle of Paracelsus, that the dose makes the poison. So in general, the higher the dose, the more poisonous the toxin. And so when you see a positive dose response trend or a positive biological gradient, it can lend evidence to support a causal effect. I think before I mentioned that, you know, that there were not a lot of studies that evaluated a biological gradient because they compared only high versus low exposure or yes versus no groups for fluoride exposure. Among the 10 more informative studies, the 2 birth cohort studies in Canada and Mexico City both looked at dose response trends with urinary fluoride. The Canadian cross-sectional study also looked at child urinary fluoride. And so the Canadian cross-sectional study did not find a biological gradient. They didn't find a significant trend in learning disabilities with urinary fluoride adjusted for hydration. Both the Mexico City and Canadian cohort studies did find some significant positive trends, but as I mentioned in my declaration and in my report, these were susceptible to the influence of outliers. So I think some figures indicating the outlier influence.
Yes, Mr. Hamburg, could you please pull that up? That's, excuse me, Your Honor, may I have permission to show Dr. Chang's declaration?
Which portion?
It is on page 55 of her declaration, the figures there. And we will also, after that, be showing figures on page 59.
All right, no objection, I assume.
Sorry, Your Honor. What page again, counsel?
Page 55?
Of the declaration?
Yes.
No objection, Your
All right.
Okay, so in this figure, this shows a figure from the supplemental material for one of the Mexico City analyses. This one is looking at measures of ADHD. So in the top row, it's very small. I think we can zoom in. We can see the results that the authors reported with 3 influential outliers included in the analysis. And then on the bottom from their figure, we can see the same results without 3 influential outliers. And so the point of this figure is mostly to show 2 things. One is that just 3 observations among several hundred children can result in a change from a monotonic, pretty much linear dose-response biological gradient at the bottom. Once they get included, those 3 influential outliers can really pull the entire curve down until it's not linear anymore. Now it's this inverse U-shaped curve. So this is to indicate that when we're talking about this type of regression analysis, outliers, just a small number of observations, can have an outsized influence. Another thing that these figures indicate is that there's a lot of individual scatter around the average, which is shown by the regression lines. And this has come up a bit in prior testimony in this trial. I don't have some kind of a scatter plot test or some kind of eyeballing test that ignores statistical significance or regression. I use regression all the time. I just trying to point out that there are these averages, which are shown by the black line, but there is a substantial amount of individual level variation in the relationship between fluoride and neurodevelopmental outcomes, and that's indicated in this scatter. So, summarizing results in terms of these simple linear averages is in many cases an oversimplification of exactly what's going on in these individual children. In the next figure from my declaration, which illustrates the results from the Canadian study, wait till we get there. Okay, so here in the top figure, we can see figure 3, which is the original from the author's paper. And then at the bottom, I have removed the regression lines just so we can see what the scatter looks like without the regression lines, just as a comparison, because I think, again, I trust in statistics, but I think, the human eye tends to be drawn to lines that lead to a certain point. And so without the lines, I think sometimes we can better appreciate the scatter of the individual points around those regression lines. I also, want to mention that there are some potential outliers here that could be having an influence on the results. So judging from, if you use the criterion of, say, 3.5 standard deviations away from the mean, in the boys at the bottom, you can see a couple of IQ results that are very low. The lower one in particular appears to be more than 3.5 standard deviations away from the mean. And that point would draw the trend downwards in boys. In girls, there's a couple of higher IQ points with higher maternal urinary fluoride. I don't think those are outliers, but they also tend to draw the trend upward in the girls. Also, just looking to the very right-hand side of the figure, at those high maternal urinary fluoride levels, I think the very highest ones also appear, based on the reported data, to be more than 3.5 standard deviations away from the mean. And those are boys with higher fluoride and lower IQ, so those would be pulling the trend downward. So, there's some potential influence of a small number of results, as illustrated in these figures.
Thank you, Mr. Hamburg. You may clear the screen. Now, Dr. Chang, have you listened to or read the testimony of Drs. Grandjean, Hu, Lampier, and Thiessen in this case?
Yes.
And did you read or hear plaintiff's experts testify that all prospective birth cohort studies measuring urinary fluoride levels and cognitive outcomes show an adverse relationship?
Yes.
Did you also hear or read Dr. Grandjean testify that he is very familiar with the reports on fluoride that were given at the 2019 conference of the International Society for Environmental Epidemiology?
This state's testimony. Overbroad.
Phrase that, please.
Yes, Dr. Chang, did you read or hear Dr. Grandjean testify regarding the 2019 conference of the International Society for Environmental Epidemiology?
Yes.
Did you read or hear Dr. Grandjean testify that he is very familiar with the reports on fluoride that were given at that conference?
Leading misstates testimony, overbroad.
Sustain, please rephrase.
Dr. Chang, did you read or hear Dr. Grandjean testify as to an abstract book that was distributed at that conference?
The abstract book. I don't remember exactly. I remember some going back and forth about the abstract booklet or the electronic document. I do remember. I think Dr. Grandjean specifically was asked if he was familiar with the fluoride studies that were presented at that conference. I think he did say very familiar, but I'd have to go back and look at the transcript.
Did Dr. Grandjean discuss all of the reports on fluoride that were given at that conference?
Overbroad, big and ambiguous.
Overruled.
I mean, he eventually discussed some of them, but I think early on, no. I mean, in his report and in his declaration, I didn't see where he discussed all of them.
What do you mean by he didn't discuss all of them?
So I for instance, am familiar with one abstract that is a report from Loreto Santa Marina et al. And it discusses maternal prenatal urinary fluoride that was measured prenatally twice in mothers. And then it measured 2 neurodevelopmental outcomes. So in children at 14 months of age, they used the Bailey scales of infant development to measure neurodevelopmental outcomes, which are the Bailey scales were also used in the Canadian cohort. And then at about 4 years of age, in this cohort, they evaluated the McCarthy scales, the cognitive scales, which were also used in the Mexico City cohort study. So I'm familiar with, excuse me, with the Santorini study. I mean, I think Dr. Grandjean was asked about it, and so he did sort of discuss it eventually in his testimony, but he indicated that he was not knowledgeable about this particular study. And so yeah, I've done. I mean, from the abstract itself, it's quite limited in its description, but the cohort, the INMA cohort that's set in Spain, there are hundreds of studies that have been published based on that cohort, and so it is possible to do some reading about the general methods and the findings, as well as the authors of that cohort in general.
Your Honor, at this point, we do have an objection on 703 grounds in terms of whether this expert, this scientist can talk about a study if it's not a reliable type of thing that scientists would rely on, unpublished abstract. So at this point, Your Honor, we would object on 703.
All right, then I'm going to allow the government to conduct a voir dire to establish the 703 ground. You're basically objecting to on grounds of Daubert?
Daubert, and also, experts can only testify to matters that experts can reasonably rely upon in the field. And so
all right, then I'm going to allow Ms. Spot to go ahead and lay that foundation.
Dr. Chang, do you rely on abstracts in your work?
I mean, I cited some abstracts in my report and in my declaration, as did the plaintiff's experts. I prefer to have full-length, peer-reviewed scientific journal publications, but I will take a look at abstracts, especially because, they do actually go through a review process to be accepted into conferences. And so not all abstracts get accepted to a given conference. And so there is a quality review before they get, accepted as a poster or accepted as a presentation at any given conference. And so, it's not a formal peer review process, but it's not as if they allow in any kind of any study. Whenever possible for an abstract, I do want to do some background research on whether I can learn anything else about the study population that's being described.
Your Honor, we would maintain our objection.
Well, I need to hear more. I mean, the witness has said she cited some abstracts, but I've not heard any testimony about when she would accept it, what criteria she would apply. So I'd like to hear more about that.
Yes, Dr. Chang, what criteria would you apply in deciding whether to consider an abstract in your analysis?
If if the methods that are described, I mean, in general, I would take it into consideration. If the methods described are, epidemiologically sound, and if I can find out that the abstract, describes an existing study that has been well conducted and well vetted and well published, then I would be more likely to, to believe that the results have validity. So for instance, in my report, I included an abstract from the Mexico City study, Thomas et al. 2018, that I found in the Fluoride journal online. It hasn't been published yet, but there's an abstract from that cohort. But because I knew about the Mexico City cohort study, find it to be overall well-conducted study, I was willing to include that. The same thing, there was an abstract that I included from Green et al. That was presented at a conference in June 2019. And again, because I knew about the Canadian birth cohort study, I included that study in my review. There's another abstract that I included by Spittle et al. That I found on the Fluoride journal website. That abstract, again, it didn't contain a lot of information, but it referred back to the Dunedin cohort study that was described in more detail, both in an earlier publication by Shannon et al. And in other studies conducted in the Dunedin cohort. I understand that Dr. Lanphier himself has conducted some research in that cohort. And so as long as, for this, getting back to this situation with this abstract from the Spanish cohort, I looked, when I first saw it, I wasn't familiar with the name of this cohort, but then when I looked on the website, then I knew I've read many studies from this cohort before. I'm familiar with some of the investigators. I think Dr. Sunyer was spoken about at the trial the other day. He's a well-respected and renowned epidemiologist. This cohort has yielded 500 something publications that are listed on its website, including some high impact publications. I myself have cited this results from this cohort in my previous work on other topics. I think the Dr. Lanphier and Dr. Grandjean pointed out that, I think Dr. Grandjean is even on the steering committee or advisory committee, this cohort. So, this is not an unknown quantity. I think based on other publications and other information about this cohort, it's a well-conducted.
Can you explain what this cohort is and what are these publications that have been yielded? Are they on fluoride or something else, or what are they?
Sure. So by this cohort, I'm referring to the INMA, INMA cohort of, it's a birth cohort. They recruited pregnant women, and then they followed them forward over time, taking urine samples twice during pregnancy. They also collected, I think, blood. They collected other biospecimens during pregnancy, and then they assessed neurological outcomes at 14 months and 4 to 5 years of age. Presumably, they'll keep following them over time and maybe evaluate IQ over time. And in terms of prior publications, I did see one prior publication that is on fluoride. In particular, they were looking in that cohort, in the INMA cohort, they were looking at drinking water fluoride levels in the cohort among, I think, 500-600 pregnant women. And then they looked at water consumption habits, but they didn't connect that to neurodevelopmental outcomes. So that's a previously published peer-reviewed paper. In terms of other publications that I've looked at from this cohort, they're on completely different topics. They're on, exposures like EPA or phthalates or air pollution. I did see one paper, full-length paper, on prenatal phthalate levels in maternal urine, so analogous to fluoride, and neuropsychological or neurodevelopmental outcomes, where they analyzed the same two outcomes that were analyzed in the abstract. So the one at 14 months and the one at 4 years. And it's a peer-reviewed published article as well. So that's what I mean by other publications from this cohort.
So the same group of recruited pregnant mothers and their offspring were studied for various purposes.
Yes, that's typical of a cohort study. The Myrick and Element cohort studies have also looked at other exposures and other health outcomes.
And so your assessment is that there's some credibility to the cohort selection then, and their tracking, is that what you're saying?
I would say there's credibility to the cohort conduct overall. It's a well-designed cohort. I mean, it has basically the same design features as the Mexico City and Canadian cohorts. They had mothers with urine collected at multiple times during pregnancy. They had information. This is information that I'm getting from prior publications. They had information on a large number of potential confounders. They assessed these, standard neurodevelopmental outcomes. So they used the Bailey scales, which I mentioned in infants. that Bailey scales measure was also used in the Canadian cohort, so very comparable. And then at 4 years of age, they used the McCarthy scales. They looked at all of these domains: verbal, memory, motor. There's a few others. They also looked at the general cognitive index, which is like the overall cognitive score for the McCarthy scales. And the McCarthy scales were also measured in the Mexico City cohort study. So, and then in terms of the publications that I've seen elsewhere on this cohort, you know, they're looking at a wide range of environmental exposures, looking for potential influences on health. I mean, even the name of the cohort, INMA, in Spanish stands for, you know, something like research on children's health with respect to the environment. So it's looking at all these different environmental.
Do you know if the investigators for this fluoride study had published, or some of the part of the any of the 500 publications yielded by this INMA cohort study previously?
Yes. Yes, many of them. So the first author, for example, Santa Marina, she has, you know, 70 or 80 publications that I found. They're not all from this cohort, but actually I think most of them are from this cohort. The senior author, Ibarluzia, has dozens, you know, maybe hundreds. He has dozens of publications as well. Dr. Sunye, or Sunyer, who was discussed in prior testimony, I think he has more than 500 publications, including many from this cohort.
Right, but on topics other than fluoride exposure and neurotoxicity.
That's correct. On topics other than that specific exposure, although I think Santa Marina, I think she was a co-author of that paper that I mentioned. Both she and the senior author, Ibarluzia or Luzea, are co-authors of the prior publication on fluoride in this cohort.
All right, so other than the integrity of the cohort, what were you able to discern to give you, well, I assume you're saying that you could place some reliance on the abstract. I guess I didn't hear that, whether you are or not.
Yes, I think so. I mean, I'd love to see more. I'd like to see the full-length peer-reviewed publication, but yes, I think this is a reliable cohort in general, and with reliable investigators, and for that reason, I'm willing to, you know, consider.
All right. What about the methodology? How much was disclosed or described, and what's your assessment of the methodology?
It seems very comparable to what was described in the Mexico City and Canadian cohorts. So what was disclosed is specifically that urinary fluoride. Oh, I do want to mention, Dr. Grandjean pointed out that in some places, at least in this abstract, they said fluorine or fluorinated water, but then elsewhere they said fluoride and fluoridated. You know, these are, I think there's probably some English translation issues, but they move back and forth between the words fluoride and fluorine. And given that, you know, this is a well-established cohort, I'm going with, you know, it's clear to me that they mean fluoride. They say fluoridated drinking areas, fluoride levels in maternal urine. So I just want to make that qualification, because some places in the abstract they say fluorine. So they said they measured fluoride levels in the urine of pregnant women. I think there were 438 mothers. They measured it in the first and third trimesters of pregnancy. So that's comparable to the Mexico City and Canadian cohorts, although those cohorts had first, second, and third. And then in terms of the outcomes, they're exactly the same, as I mentioned, as some of the neurodevelopmental outcomes that were measured in the Canadian cohort and in the Mexico City cohort. And then it says, you know, they do not mention what confounders they adjusted for, because presumably they ran up against word count limits, but they do say they use multivariate linear regression models. So they did adjust for confounders. And then in prior publications, we can see that they collected information on a large array of confounders. And I mean, any reasonable epidemiologist would not publish, dozens of papers where they adjust for confounders and then suddenly, decide not to adjust for them here.
Right. So at this point, you don't know what confounders were adjusted for.
Right. I just know what they collected information on in this cohort.
Right. And in your view, that is sufficient for you as an expert to rely upon, even though you don't have that information?
It is, because I know what they collected, and there's no reason why they wouldn't use that information if they have it.
What's an example of what they collected?
They had information on, I think, mothers smoking. They had information on socioeconomic status, mother's education, parental education. They had, let's see, what else did they have information on? They had family structure, daycare attendance. They had information on breastfeeding and formula feeding, birth weight, gestational age, all those standard sort of birth factors. I think they had maternal IQ, which actually the Canadian and Mexico City studies did not. And so they tested.
And you know this from the abstract or from other information?
I know this from other publications. But if they had this information in the cohort, in my opinion, no reasonable epidemiologist would just ignore all these potential confounders and just sort of jettison them and say, well, in this one abstract, I'm not going to adjust.
And were there any confounders that you think that you didn't see that they had, were there any confounders that they didn't have information on from what you could tell?
Yes, but that's always true for epidemiology.
Right, and what were some of those?
They didn't have tea intake. They didn't have a detailed dietary questionnaire. I don't think they collected that home score, HOME score, that measures quality of the home environment in children. I think the Mexico City study had it and the Canadian study didn't, but I don't remember. I mean, these are also things. The Canadian study had tea intake. The Mexico City study did not. Neither of them did, as far as I could tell, like a dietary food. So, I don't think that these, I guess, limit the Spanish cohort relative.
All right, thank you. Mr. Conrad, if you have any voir dire questions with respect to your 703 motion, you can ask them.
I guess, Dr. Chang, what's your criteria for when you assume things exist when you don't know if they exist? What confounders are you prepared to assume they controlled for? What tests do you have to determine of the covariates this cohort has collected? How do you assume without knowing which of those covariates they tested for?
Sure. I'm not going to assume that they actually went in and adjusted for anything. I assume that they had the information because it's published in a peer-reviewed paper. So I know that in a prior cohort study, I mentioned this, of this cohort where they looked at urinary phthalates and then they looked at the same two neurodevelopmental outcomes. This is in a published paper. They listed some of the covariates that they collected, and they included, just what I mentioned, like maternal smoking, maternal education, maternal IQ, breastfeeding, body mass index, family structure, birth weight, gestational age. All these things are listed out. I don't think it's an assumption that they have this data. Like that, the fact that they have the data is published. And then whether they controlled for all these factors, I don't know. I am willing to assume that they considered them because any reasonable epidemiologist would do that.
What's the difference between considering that you have covariate data available and actually controlling for that covariate?
So when you construct a multivariate model, you can include covariates in a model and test them to see if they are confounders. But if they don't have any important influence on the results, then you can leave them out. And so that would be considering, but not actually adjusting in the final model. So you might see in the methods section of a paper, like we considered, I don't know, maternal body mass index, but including it in the model and excluding it from the model made no difference at all. And so we did not include it in the model. That would be considering, but not controlling.
And Dr. Chang, do you recognize that with cohorts like this, you have students come in who are given access to data that they can do some preliminary analyses on?
Yes, and I saw that Dr. Grandjean thought that maybe Dr. Santamarina was a student. And so I looked into that. She's listed as a researcher. She has publications going back to the 1990s. She has over 70 publications. So yeah, I did want to look into that.
Is it your testimony, though, that when someone comes in and does a preliminary analysis of a cohort, that they just always use and they always consider every covariate available set? Or do you recognize, Dr. Chang, that sometimes you don't do the full analysis? You do a preliminary analysis on some factors?
I do recognize that. I think it would be unlikely for a confounded result to be signed off on by all of these authors for a publicly presented abstract. In my experience, yes, sometimes students will come in and do like a quick and dirty run, but if you're gonna present at an international conference, you wanna have some confidence in those results that are gonna be looked at by peers in the scientific community. So I don't have experience with, I've never seen a situation where a student ran a preliminary analysis, got all of the co-authors to sign off on that and present at a conference without having it, be scientifically vetted.
Is there a guidebook out there for epidemiologists like yourself, which tells you how to infer which covariates that were available were controlled for?
No, I don't think there's any way to infer which ones were controlled for. I do think it's reasonable to infer which ones were available because that's published. And so, it's not a guidebook, I'm referring to a published.
Your Honor, there have been a lot of questions on voir dire, and I think maybe we are approaching cross-examination territory on this abstract.
Well, I'm going to ask you to wrap it up, Mr. Connor, if you have any more questions.
Your Honor, I have no more of voir dire.
All right, I still have a couple of questions. So just to clarify, Dr. Chang, you are saying that you can and are relying on this Spanish study, even though you don't know which covariants were adjusted for, but you're making certain assumptions that there was consideration given to covariants and whether to adjust for them.
In terms of relying on, I mean, I guess, I don't know exactly what that entails.
Would you have included this in your 10 study survey if the only thing you have is what you have now?
If I had found it using the same search criteria, then yes, I would have included it.
All right, even though it's only an abstract and you don't have any information about the actual covariant adjustments.
Yes, I mean, I did the same thing for other abstracts where I had information on the cohort, on the underlying cohort.
So information on the cohort is enough to get into that league of 10. Yes,
so I've conducted, I've been on a steering committee of a prospective cohort study, California teacher study. I just am familiar with it. I've worked on the nurses' health study at Harvard, the health professionals follow-up study at Harvard. I know how these large, well-established cohorts work. You can't just publish anything from.
I guess my question is, you talked about, you showed a table, an extensive table for each, and you listed, various factors, and one, did they adjust the cohorts? I take it there would be a blank in some of those columns, just because you don't assume things, you have to read about it, right?
I would put something like not reported, and then I would say, in that prior study, here are some of the things that were listed.
Okay. And are there any of the 10, I don't recall now, where there was not direct information on covariance?
Yes, there was one of the Dunedin publications, the Spittle abstract, which I identified from the Fluoride journal website, is just an abstract. It's based on the Dunedin cohort that's described in Shannon et al., which I also included. And it's also described in other publications. And so, yes, in that one, in the column for confounders, I put not reported, assumes similar to Shannon et al. So this one is a little bit different because Shannon et al. In the same cohort actually conducted a study of fluoride and neurodevelopmental outcomes. So unlike the Spanish cohort, they had a prior published full-length paper of the exposure and the outcome. So there I could see what they controlled for. In the Spanish cohort, I have publications on other exposures and neurodevelopmental outcomes. And so there, I know what data they have, but I don't know exactly how they would construct their model.
All right, so you have to draw some additional inferences here that you didn't have to draw in the other study.
To some extent, well, to some extent, but to me, having the information is on confounders is the most important thing. I mean, if you have that information, as an epidemiologist, you will use it.
Right, and I take it though, if you included this as the 11th study in your table of 10, this would rank near the bottom because of that lack of information. Is that a fair assumption?
No, because it's a prospective cohort study that I can read about in terms of the methods. Because it's so well published, I know that the design basically is almost, in terms of the overall design, prospective birth cohort study, prenatal maternal urine, data on numerous confounders, standard neurodevelopmental outcomes. I would actually put the cohort itself on par with the Mexico City and Canadian studies. The fact that it's an abstract does detract from, I guess, the confidence that I have in the results. Whether they'll change, whether they'll stand up to peer review, I don't know. But in terms of the validity of the data, the validity of the way this cohort is conducted, I have the same amount of confidence as I do in the Canadian cohort and in the Mexico City cohort.
You have that confidence based on the cohort composition.
Correct.
But I take it not on the ultimate study design because you don't have enough facts yet about the Spanish study. Is that, am I assuming that or am I misstating?
I think we do have enough facts about the Spanish study, the cohort, the INMA cohort. I think it's a good cohort. For the specific analysis of urinary fluoride and neurodevelopment in the cohort, I think they're informative, but I do want to wait and see a full link.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to deny the motion to exclude, and the Daubert motion, I think what we've heard goes to the weight of this testimony, and I'm going to consider it in that regard. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Chang, can you tell us more about the particular findings of this analysis that you saw in this abstract regarding cognitive outcomes and urinary fluoride?
Sure. So briefly, the authors found no significant association between maternal prenatal urinary fluoride levels and infant neurodevelopment using the Bailey scales at 14 months. And then at 4 years, they found actually a beneficial, what they called beneficial effect, or I'm sorry, I won't say effect. They found a beneficial association between maternal prenatal urinary fluoride and the McCarthy measures of cognitive effects in 4-year-olds. So the authors, just to summarize simply, they found no association with neurodevelopment at 14 months, and then I guess, a beneficial association at 4 years.
How did the mean fluoride levels in that Spanish analysis compare with those described in the Canadian cohort studies?
The averages were comparable. So in the Canadian cohort and in the Spanish cohort, for mothers who lived in fluoridated areas, the mean urinary fluoride level was around 0.8 milligrams per liter. And then in both, actually, the Canadian cohort study and in the Spanish study, the mean maternal prenatal urinary level of fluoride in mothers who lived in the non-fluoridated areas was in the range of 0.4, 0.45 milligrams per liter. So the averages were comparable between the two.
Dr. Chang, I believe we have covered this with the judge, but I think that might have been before you took the stand. Did you find this abstract during your systematic review for this case?
No, I didn't.
And when was this abstract presented at the conference relative to when you submitted your expert report?
To my knowledge, it was included it was presented at the conference in August 2019, late August. So it was after I submitted my report. And then, I'm sorry, did you ask when I saw it?
No, but I can ask when.
Okay. So yeah, so it came out after I submitted my report, and then I saw it for the first time sometime last week.
How would someone find out about this abstract from this conference?
So the way that I looked it up online was I went to the conference website and I looked at the 2019 program or the electronic booklet of abstracts, and I found it there. Otherwise, you could find it from attending the conference, from receiving the book of abstracts or the booklet, electronic booklet of abstracts from the conference, having a colleague tell you about it if that colleague attended the conference. Those are the ways that I can think of.
And were any of plaintiff's experts affiliated with the conference?
Foundation, Your Honor, and hearsay.
All right. Justine, Lay Foundation.
Are you aware whether any of plaintiff's experts were affiliated with the conference?
Your Honor, I'm also going to object that I think the only foundation, and obviously counsel can explore, but I believe the only foundation for this will be hearsay.
You'll have to lay a foundation before you ask the question.
I'll withdraw the question.
Okay.
Dr. Chang, at this point, I think I'd like to just move on from this abstract I think we've covered in detail to the rest of your opinion. Now, we've heard something about headaches and epidemiological evidence, or at least human evidence on headaches from plaintiff's experts. Can you tell me, what is your response to Dr. Grandjean and Dr. Thiessen's discussion about fluoride and headaches?
Sure. Particularly, I think Dr. Thiessen talked about the Waldbot and Petroborg studies, or specifically their case reports. So these are the Waldbot 1956 case series and the Petroborg 1974 case series are identified in the National Academy of Sciences 2006 review on fluoride. They're identified as case reports. So in case reports, in epidemiology, case reports are widely accepted as not an acceptable basis for providing information about causation because they have no comparison. So case reports and case series cannot demonstrate statistical associations, much less causal effects, because of this lack of an appropriate comparison group. So they have an exposed disease group, but they don't have, unexposed, diseased, unexposed, non-diseased, or exposed, non-diseased. So in the Waldbot and the Petroborg, Waldbot 1956 and Petroborg 1974 case series, these were patients who came in, reporting that they had headaches, gastrointestinal problems, nasal symptoms, backache, nerve problems. They also reported, that they, in some cases, they reported, well, once I switched to spring water, the symptoms went away, or they were recommended by the doctor to switch to spring water, and then the symptoms went away. The self-reported symptoms went away. And Dr. Thiessen described these as experimental blinded studies, but Waldbot, for instance, describes a patient who came in and the doctor told her to switch to spring water. And so she knew that she was changing her exposure. She didn't know that it was necessarily unfluoridated water, but she knew she was doing something different. And then she came in and said that the symptoms went away. And so these are at most single blinded studies. The investigator's not blinded. And it's been widely shown that single blinded studies are also susceptible to bias. And they're also susceptible to the placebo effect, where simply changing one's lifestyle or changing one's habits may result in a change in self-reported subjective symptoms. There are two other studies that have been mentioned. Oh, I'm sorry. I also looked at Waldbot 1958, which was mentioned this morning. That one does have some patients who came in as Dr. Thiessen said. She said there were some patients who had symptoms. They were or complaining of symptoms. Only one of them, actually, in the Waldbot 1958 mentions headache. But they came in, and then the doctor gave them blinded, he gave them blinded fluoridated water, although single blinded, so he knew about it. And then the patient immediately complained of allergic symptoms. But the doctor did not test the patients with normal unfluoridated water. The doctor did not report on any cases that he tested that did not experience symptoms. He didn't report on use of fluoridated water in people without any symptoms. And so, no comparison. So these are not a valid basis. And then, sorry, just getting back to another couple of studies of headache that have been discussed. Sharma, 2009, is an ecological cross-sectional study conducted in India. It evaluated current self-reported symptoms in children, ages 12 to 18, and in adults, ages over 18. So other than that stratification, under or over 18, they didn't adjust for age. They adjusted for sex by stratifying between males and females. And that's it. So comparing people living in different villages, self-reported headache, barely any adjustment for confounders. They actually found no difference in headache among children or adults between the medium fluoride villages, which were 1 to 1.5 milligrams per liter, and the low fluoride village, or below. They did find significantly higher headache, self-reported headache in the high fluoride villages, but with the ecological cross-sectional design, virtually no control for confounding, and the self-reported symptoms, the study just is not that informative about causation. And then the Roholm study from 1937 of cryolite workers. They were working at this factory that processed cryolite, which is sodium aluminum hexafluoride. These workers were found to have hundreds or thousands of parts per million of fluoride in their bones and teeth. Some of them had severe skeletal fluorosis. Even then, in the 68 current cryolite workers, 2 of them, or 3%, reported headache. And so there's no comparison with unexposed workers. You know, there's some normal prevalence of headache even in the unexposed population. So there was no comparison there. They also had 127 former cryolite workers. And in the former workers, there was a higher prevalence of self-reported headache, I think 40% in those workers. But in general, those former workers had more self-reported symptoms in general. And that might be due to a healthy worker effect where, you know, unhealthy people quit working. But, you know, this comparison had no adjustment for age, other confounders, other health conditions. There's no comparison group of unexposed workers who are working or no longer working. And so again, this is not informative about effects of fluoride exposure, especially, you know, from community drinking water.
I'm
And those
sorry,
were
Dr.
all
This is
sorry.
the court reporter. Could you please tell me the name of the study again? The Romaride study? The last study you mentioned.
Oh, it's Roholm, ROHOLM, 1937. Those are the ones that I remember or recall, the studies of headache that I remember. I don't know if there were others. I know there was some discussion of hypersensitivity or allergy. For instance, in the Waldbot case reports, he talked about allergy. I know subsequently the American Academy for Allergy, I think in 1971, investigated, you know, the Waldbot case reports and other reports of allergy, and they found their conclusion was that there was no evidence for allergy to fluoride at drinking water levels.
Dr. Chang, we've also heard some discussion from plaintiffs' experts about fluoride and thyroid. Can you please respond to plaintiffs' experts' characterization of the epidemiological evidence on fluoride and thyroid?
Your Honor, we have a foundation challenge to this, that Dr. Chang didn't review or discuss any single paper on thyroid in her expert, I think her 90-page expert report in this case.
Right. Well, if there's been no prior disclosure of that, then I don't see how she can testify.
Your Honor, I believe plaintiffs have said that there was discussion about thyroid in the NRC report. I think that's what they were relying on. Also, I believe that Dr. Chang did discuss a paper by Malin and Till and by Peckham in her report. I have her references here.
These were specifically on thyroid?
Yes, Peckham, the title is Are Fluoride Levels in Drinking Water Associated with Hypothyroidism Prevalence in England?
Is this from the expert report?
I'm looking at her reference list, which is, I believe, the same in her expert report as in her declaration.
Your Honor, the only discussion of Peckham in the expert report is simply a citation to EPA's denial of plaintiff's petition. There's absolutely zero critical analysis of that paper, zero.
All right. Is there anything in her direct testimony in her declaration about this, trial declaration?
About thyroid?
Yeah.
Yes, Dr. Chang has expressed that she is an expert in fluoride and thyroid as it relates to neurocognitive outcomes.
But I mean, anything here, you're about to ask her some questions specifically, not just about her expertise. Is there any paragraph or set of paragraphs that addresses this in her trial declaration?
In her declaration, no, I don't believe so, but we're still on direct testimony here.
Well, direct testimony was designed to elicit highlights from the direct testimony. The direct testimony actually is the declaration filed, and so if it's not in there, that's frankly outside the scope of the direct.
All right, Your Honor, we can withdraw.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Chang, I believe that you've summarized your conclusions based on your systematic review before, and so just wanted to close by asking you, how do the results from the Spain abstract affect your conclusions based on your systematic review, if at all?
They don't change my conclusion. So my conclusion remains that there's not sufficient evidence based on what I saw in my systematic literature review to conclude that neurodevelopmental harm is caused by fluoride at community drinking water levels. So, you know, the study in Spain does not change that conclusion. I guess it gives me, it lends further weight to it. I think it reinforces that conclusion.
Thank you, Your Honor. No further questions this time.
All right. Well, we're right at our time. Good timing for our 15-minute break. And we will resume in 15 minutes to commence with cross. So we'll see you then.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Court is in recess.
The recording has stopped.
Hi, Angie.
Hi.
Paul Anderson from Total Trial Services, somehow or another, his connection got disconnected. Could
Oh,
you promote him back to the well?
sure. He could raise his hand. Great. Wonder how that happened. Okay, everyone, we will start back in just 1 minute or so. I would like to briefly remind everyone again, recordings of these proceedings, other than court personnel, are strictly prohibited. And when you are not speaking, please mute your audio.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. We're ready to resume.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. You may commence your cross.
Good afternoon, Dr. Chang.
Good afternoon, Mr. Connett.
This meeting is being recorded.
Dr. Chang, you are not a risk assessment scientist.
That's right.
And prior to this case, you, by your own admission, were not an expert on fluoride in human health, correct?
Yes, that's right.
And by your own admission, you were not an expert on fluoride neurotoxicity, correct?
That's right. I had not systematically reviewed the literature on fluoride neurotoxicity.
And by your own admission, you were not an expert on how fluoride affects the thyroid gland.
Well, except to, as mentioned in my declaration, to the extent that it's reflected in neurodevelopmental outcomes, I hadn't looked specifically at thyroid as a separate effect from neurodevelopment.
So just to be clear, prior to you being retained by the EPA in this case, you, by your own admission, are not an expert on how fluoride affects the thyroid, correct?
That's right. Yeah, prior to my retention.
And if one were to look at your CV, Dr. Chang, the word fluoride is nowhere to be found, correct?
I think that's right.
You started at Exponent in 2012?
Yes.
How much did Exponent pay you in 2019?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
All right. Same issue. I'm going to overrule the objection, but Dr. Chang wishes she can submit that information via a sealed declaration.
Now, Dr. Suji testified earlier on Friday that she has billed $200,000 for her work on this case. Dr. Chang, how much have you billed EPA for your work so far?
Honor Foundation.
I think the foundation's obvious, so overrule.
Okay, so for Dr. Suji, my understanding is that the invoices from Exponent cover not only her work, but a team's, or like there were other people who have worked on it. So I think the total was for everybody. But for my scope, I looked at this on Saturday, and at the time it looked like it was 148 or 900,000.
So to date, Exponent has billed EPA about $350,000 for its collective work.
I mean, based on, if that's correct for Dr. Suji, then that would be, I don't know if it's all billed, but it would be something around that.
Okay. Now, Dr. Chang, the only reference to EPA, the Environmental Protection Agency, the defendant in this case, the only reference to EPA in your CV is to a critique that you published of EPA's risk assessment of asbestos, correct?
In my CV, that's probably, that could be, I mean, I think that could be correct, yes.
And your critique of EPA's risk assessment of asbestos was funded by W.R. Grace, right?
So I was a co-author on that critique, and I wasn't responsible for the sort of project management or contracting. I think that's right, but I don't, I never interacted with the client on that one, so I don't recall.
Well, do you know enough to know that W.R. Grace is a company that has faced substantial liabilities for asbestos?
That's my understanding. I don't know what substantial yeah, it is my understanding that they were involved in, they have some liability for asbestos exposure, yes.
And you have served as an expert yourself, a defense expert in asbestos litigation, correct?
Not on the topic of asbestos per se. So I have two depositions that we discussed during my deposition in this matter, where the overall matter pertained to asbestos, or my understanding was that the overall matter pertained to asbestos, but my scope was pertained to epidemiology methods, not to asbestos per se. And otherwise, I haven't been involved in as a retained expert in asbestos.
Now, in addition to being paid to criticize EPA's risk assessment on asbestos, you, Dr. Chang, were paid by a pesticide manufacturer named Syngenta to give a presentation to an EPA science advisory board, correct?
Objection, Your Honor, misstates testimony and is compound and lacks foundation.
Overruled.
So just to clarify, I'm not directly paid for any of this work. So if I don't work on any particular project, I'll just work on something else. But it is correct that I was retained by Syngenta to go speak in front of an EPA science advisory board.
Concerning a pesticide that Syngenta had an interest in,
correct? Yeah, it was concerning a pesticide. I don't think Syngenta manufactured that pesticide, but they had some kind of reason to be interested.
And Dr. Chang, that's the only presentation you've ever given to an EPA science advisor?
Yes, I think so.
And you yourself, Dr. Chang, have never served on an EPA science advisory, correct?
No, not in particular. Last summer, I was part of an expert panel on, assessing potential thresholds for carcinogenicity. And this was a panel at the Toxicology Forum meeting in DC, and there was an EPA scientist also on the expert panel, but I don't know who honestly assembled that panel. It was with the EPA, but I don't think it was an EPA expert panel per se.
Well, let me maybe phrase it differently. Dr. Chang, are you aware of ever having served as an expert on an EPA science advisory board?
No.
Now, in all the litigation work you've done so far during your time at Exponent, you've never once testified on behalf of plaintiffs, correct?
No, not yet.
And in 2009, you gave a presentation to an entity called the Defense Research Institute, correct?
In 2000, sorry, what was the date?
All right, thank you. I'll repeat the question. In 2019, you gave a presentation to the Defense Research Institute, correct?
I think that's right. I mean, I gave a webinar that was sponsored by the Defense Research Institute. It was a webinar, so I wasn't presenting to, some of the people who joined were from that institute, and some people were students and postdocs and others.
And the Defense Research Institute is an organization of defense attorneys, including toxic tort and product liability attorneys, correct?
I think that's correct. I think I don't know exactly who comprises their membership, but I know that there are some such attorneys among the members.
Now, during your time, and you alluded to this earlier, but during your time at Exponent, you have published a number of systematic reviews on the relationship between toxic chemicals and human health, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to show the witness a table that we discussed extensively during her deposition.
Objection, Your Honor.
All right, what is this?
It's a demonstrative, Your Honor.
What's the objection?
Your Honor, this table was shown to this witness at her deposition, and she described it as being misleading. There's a question mark at the bottom of the demonstrative, which I believe plaintiff's counsel understands to reduce the misleading nature of the exhibit. But in addition to that, there are several misleading facts within the table, and this demonstrative is just not necessary to elicit testimony.
Your Honor, this demonstrative will greatly facilitate the testimony, and the witness at her deposition confirmed the accuracy of everything in here. So, to the extent that the witness needs to clarify anything, the witness can do that now. But the idea that we can't show a demonstrative to facilitate a discussion of her 12 systematic reviews, there's no reason for it, Your Honor.
All right, I'll allow it, the clarification that this is not in evidence, and is only used to facilitate testimony, and you will give the witness a full chance to explain or take issue with this table.
Understood, Your Honor. Now, I'm going to try something that I haven't yet tried in this case, which is to use this Elmo. Okay. So, Dr. Chang, can you see this on your screen?
Yes. It's a little, I'm on a laptop, so it's a little bit small, but yes, I can see.
Is that better?
Not really. I can see it.
Okay. So you remember us talking about this table at your deposition, right?
Yes, I do.
And at your deposition, you confirmed that this table correctly identifies the year of publication of the systematic reviews you've done at Exponent, correct?
Yes, that's right.
And at your deposition, you confirmed that this table correctly identifies the chemicals that you have studied in these systematic reviews, correct?
Objection, Your Honor, to form. The witness, if she has knowledge of any of these facts, she has knowledge now as well as in her deposition. So it's unclear why questions are phrased this way.
Why don't you rephrase the question? I'm not sure I understand the objection. Ask the question again.
Now, Dr. Chang, you agree that this table accurately sets forth the chemicals that you have studied in your systematic reviews at Exponent.
I think that's correct.
And Dr. Chang, you agree, with the exception of this typo that you pointed out to me, it should be prostate cancer, not prostrate cancer. But you would agree with me that this column accurately sets forth the health endpoints that you have studied in your systematic reviews, correct?
I think, yes, I think that's correct.
And Dr. Chang, you would agree that this column titled Industry Sponsor correctly identifies the industrial groups and companies that have sponsored your systematic reviews, correct?
So I think as we discussed during my deposition, I wasn't sure who comprises the Arsenic Science Task Force or the Manganese Interest Group. I don't know if those are industry entities or
Okay.
I don't know who makes up the membership. The Electric Power Research Institute is not, to my understanding, an industry sponsor. I think it's some kind of joint group that involves government, nonprofit, and industry stakeholders. I'm not exactly sure again. But with those exceptions, I think, in terms of who provided funding for at least part of the work, it's my understanding that that is correct.
So I want to start by talking about a couple of these. Dr. Chang, you have published 3 systematic reviews on Agent Orange that were funded by Dow and Monsanto, correct?
That's right. I'm the first author on 2 of them, and then Dr. Goodman, Michael Goodman, is the first author on the diabetes one.
And in these 3 systematic reviews that you did,
Objection, Your Honor. I see that this demonstrative is being marked up, but I would like to make it clear for the record that the witness is not doing these markings.
Well, that's fine. It's not in evidence anyway, so I'm not sure what difference it makes. So for now, objection overruled.
and Dr. Chang, in these 3 systematic reviews that you did on Agent Orange, you concluded that the evidence was insufficient to establish a causal relationship between Agent Orange and each of the health effects at issue, correct?
I think that our concluding paragraphs, were more nuanced than just, insufficient. I think, in the diabetes one, I know we looked at studies that specifically had serum dioxin measures. It was actually a meta-analysis. And then in that study, in the analysis, we found that there was, I think, as I remember, no significant association between serum dioxin and diabetes. So it wasn't that we had done some kind of systematic literature review and concluded against a causal effect. I think it was that we had done this meta-analysis systematically looking for all of the studies that had serum dioxin data, and then doing a meta-analysis and then finding that, based on what we thought was the best available evidence, we didn't see an association. For the other 2, I think for lymphoid cancers and prostate cancer, as I remember, I don't have the papers right in front of me, but as I remember, we concluded, to date, the epidemiological evidence is not sufficient to support a causal effect of Agent Orange or dioxin on these specific cancers. And that conclusion is consistent with what the International Agency for Research on Cancer, that is part of the World Health Organization, that it's the same conclusion as what that agency has concluded. For the lymphoid cancers, I think there were some differences in our conclusions on the different types of lymphoid cancer, so non-Hodgkin lymphoma, Hodgkin lymphoma, and multiple myeloma. But I don't remember exactly what we concluded. I mean, it was that there was not sufficient evidence to conclude in favor of causality, again, consistent with what IARC, the International Agency for Research on Cancer, had concluded.
Well, I'll go ahead and ask you a question I asked you at your deposition and see what your response is now.
Objection, Your Honor, to form. I don't understand the preface for that question.
Well, I'll start over, Your Honor.
Just ask the question.
For each of these 12 systematic reviews that you did at Exponent on these chemicals and on behalf of these companies, you concluded, Dr. Chang, that there was insufficient evidence to establish causation for the exposure levels of interest in the population, correct?
For the exposure levels of interest, I think that is what my co-authors and I concluded. For pesticides, that's not a really informative, that's not a chemical. So it's, it's a broad, diverse array of exposures. And I don't think we would have reached a conclusion on a causal effect of pesticides per se, just because it's not a specific exposure. But otherwise, to my recollection, that's broadly correct, with the caveat that we had, sort of a more nuanced way of making these conclusions and comparing them with what health and regulatory agencies also have.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to introduce deposition testimony.
Okay, identify what it is.
It's page 100, lines 13 to 22.
Any objection?
So, Your Honor, this doesn't appear to be inconsistent with what the witness has attested to. So I do have an objection.
All right, let me find it. In what page?
Page 100, Your Honor. It's lines 13 to 22.
Go ahead and read it.
Mr. Anderson, can you put it on screen? Paul? Question. For each of these 12 systematic reviews, for the exposure levels of interest in the population, am I correct in understanding that you concluded in each instance that there was not sufficient evidence to establish a causal connection? Answer. That is correct. Although the main point of the arsenic and developmental neurotoxicity paper was not about causality, so that wasn't the conclusion of the paper. Now, Dr. Chang, I'd like to, Paul, you can move that. I'd like to go back here to this table. And for the agent, your conclusions on Agent Orange are actually at odds with what the U.S. Department of Veteran Affairs says, correct?
No, that's not correct.
Are you aware, Dr. Chang, that if you go to the U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs website, they say that each and every one of these conditions is caused by Agent Orange?
No, they don't say that.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to show the witness the current website of the U.S. Department of Veteran Affairs.
Objection, Your Honor, you're saying?
Well, this is straight from the governmental website.
Yes, it is, Your Honor.
Okay. Objection overruled.
Dr. Chang, can you see this website on your screen?
Yes.
See, it says U.S. Department of Veteran Affairs at the top.
Yes.
You see that the title of the page is Disease Related to Agent Orange.
Yes.
And you see this section here that says cancers we believe are caused by contact with Agent Orange.
Yes.
And you see that one of the cancers listed is prostate cancer.
I see that.
And that's one of the cancers that you found insufficient evidence of causation on, right?
So the Agent Orange designation by the VA actually does not pertain to causation. And if you go and look at the charge of the committee of the National Academy of Sciences that is charged with evaluating health connections with Agent Orange, they are not charged with evaluating causality. They specifically are charged with evaluating statistical associations with Agent Orange. And then these conditions are specifically laid out as associated with potentially Agent Orange or dioxin exposure. But it's very clear when you look beneath the surface of this headline that when you look at the scientific basis, they are not concluding that these are causal effects. They are concluding that these are health conditions for which veterans who served in the Vietnam War and can prove a service connection, they can receive compensation if they develop these diseases. But that's not the same thing as causation.
But you would agree with me, Doctor, that the U.S. Department of Veteran Affairs, when it set forth this website, it uses the word cause, right?
I can see that, yes, but I understand the scientific basis for those words as well.
Right, and the U.S. Department of Veteran Affairs says that other illnesses we believe are caused by contact with Agent Orange include diabetes mellitus type 2.
I can see that. And then they also have a specific, I don't know, hundreds of pages report, maybe it's hundreds of pages, scientific reports that come out every couple of years where they describe the scientific basis for these conclusions. And it's, again, very clear that they are looking at association.
And just to be clear, you did not find sufficient evidence of causation for Agent Orange and diabetes, correct?
Checking, Your Honor, asked and answered.
Overruled.
So again, yes, we found some statistical associations, and then we concluded that they were not actually with the serum dioxin. We didn't find we did not find a positive biological gradient for serum dioxin, and so we concluded that those results of the meta-analysis did not support a causal effect.
Now, you have also published 2 systematic reviews on perfluorinated chemicals that were funded by 3M, correct?
That's correct.
And 3M was the manufacturer of some of these perfluorinated chemicals?
That's correct.
And 3M was sued by the state of Minnesota for the harm caused by these chemicals?
I don't know exactly what they were sued for. They were sued for state of Minnesota et al., sued by the state of Minnesota et al., and so there were some other parties involved, I believe, but I don't remember the exact sort of scope of the litigation, if it was for harm or potential harm.
And you
or
were the
environmental effects, or I don't.
You were the epidemiologist that 3M retained to defend itself in this litigation.
I was an epidemiologist retained by 3M. I don't know if they retain other epidemiologists.
And Dr. Philippe Grandjean was the expert that the state of Minnesota retained to represent the state.
That's my understanding. I don't know if he represented the state and other parties, but he was retained in that litigation.
And are you aware that 3M ended up paying $850 million to the state of Minnesota for the harm caused by those chemicals?
Objection, Your Honor, assumes facts that are not in evidence.
Sustained.
Now, Monsanto funded the systematic review that you did on glyphosate, correct?
Yes.
And glyphosate is the active ingredient in Monsanto's pesticide Roundup?
I believe that's true, yes.
And your systematic review looked at the relationship between glyphosate and cancers of the lymphatic system?
Yes, this was a meta-analysis and a systematic review.
And although you found a significant association between glyphosate and cancer, you concluded that there was insufficient evidence to determine if it was causal, correct?
No, it was more specific than that. So we did this meta-analysis of existing epidemiologic studies of glyphosate use and various lymphoid cancers, including leukemias, different non-Hodgkin lymphomas, multiple myeloma, and Hodgkin lymphoma. And in the meta-analysis, we found a statistically significant association specifically between use of glyphosate and risk of B-cell lymphoma, which is a subtype of non-Hodgkin lymphoma. However, the association with other cancer types that we evaluated was not statistically significant. However, we pointed out that the meta-analysis that we did was mainly to update and to provide an alternative analysis to other meta-analyses that had been published. Mainly, we focused on the fact that, in particular, exposure assessment in these studies was very poor. By and large, it was looking at ever-never exposure or ever-never use of glyphosate, which is a very crude exposure metric. And so based on that evidence, we concluded, consistent with other health and regulatory agencies, that the epidemiologic evidence was not sufficient to establish a causal effect of glyphosate on lymphohematopoietic cancers. I don't remember the timing of that review relative to the IARC conclusion, but IARC also concluded that the evidence in humans was not sufficient to establish causation. So, they classified this as, they classified glyphosate below their category for a known carcinogen.
Right, IR classifies glyphosate as a probable human carcinogen.
That's right, group 2A.
Now, during the peer review process for this systematic review that you did for Monsanto, your analysis was criticized as appearing to be agenda-driven, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
Let's be more specific.
Well, you became aware of peer review comments that were made about this paper during the peer review process, correct, Dr. Chang?
That's correct.
And in one of the peer reviewers characterized your analysis as agenda-driven, correct?
That is how I think one of the peer reviewers I remember wrote something about that did use that phrase. I don't remember exactly what he or she wrote.
And that peer reviewer characterized your causality analysis as devolving into a laundry list of every possible cause of bias or imprecision, correct?
I don't remember exactly. That sounds, I mean, I'll believe that that's correct.
Your Honor, permission to refresh the witness's recollection?
Right? With what though?
The peer review comments.
Okay.
Paul, can you put up the peer review comments? You can go just for the second one. The peer reviewer here states, despite the fact that the authors deemed the meta-analysis worth conducting, the discussion devolves into a laundry list of every possible cause of bias or imprecision of estimates in epidemiological studies. Can I read that?
Objection, Your Honor. This is for refreshment purposes. It is not in evidence, and I'm not sure why plaintiff's counsel is reading from it.
That's correct. You've done that several times, counsel. To tell you the truth, if you're going to refresh the recollection, you should show it to the witness, not comment on it, and then ask the witness whether that refreshes her recollection.
Sorry.
And not read from it.
Sorry, Your Honor. I apologize for that. Dr. Chang, does that refresh your recollection as to the comments you received during the peer review process?
That refreshes my memory as to comments that we received from one peer reviewer during the process of peer review.
And as a result of thousands of lawsuits that have been brought regarding Roundup, emails between you and a Monsanto toxicologist have been released, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. Assumes facts that are not in evidence and discusses hearsay and is irrelevant.
Overruled.
That's correct.
And these emails show that you shared a draft of your systematic review on glyphosate with Monsanto prior to submitting it for publication.
Yes, I shared the draft with this toxicologist. And I think she shared it with one other person, maybe, a coworker.
And you also shared the draft with two consultants that do work for Monsanto, correct?
I don't know exactly what the other two people do that we shared it with. I think we discussed this in my deposition. So I also shared the draft with Dr. Thomas Sorahan, who I believe is a professor of epidemiology in the UK, who's knowledgeable about glyphosate. And then I also shared the draft with Dr. John Aquavella, who's another epidemiologist who's knowledgeable about glyphosate and had performed epidemiologic studies of glyphosate in the past. And so I don't know if they're, consultants for Monsanto. I don't know what their status is.
Now, just to go back to this table, to wrap up this table here, the other systematic reviews that you've published during your time at Exponent have been funded by the American Petroleum Institute, correct?
I think that's right.
American Chemistry Council.
Yes, that's my understanding of that one.
Arsenic Science Task Force.
And the Electric Power Research Institute. And Dr. Suji, I think, was talking about this paper earlier today and said that, this is true actually for several of these papers. A lot of the time that went into these papers was just on our own time, unfunded as well.
And one of the systematic reviews was funded by CropLife America?
Yes, it appears that way.
Another one was funded by Syngenta.
That's right.
American Petroleum Institute is a trade association that represents all aspects of America's oil and gas industry.
If that's from their website, then that's probably accurate.
Well, if you testified to that at your deposition, would you agree with it?
I think so. I think
Form
I think during my deposition,
Hold on, I'm going to overrule the objection. She can testify as to her knowledge.
I think during my deposition, I probably said that sounds accurate, but I think what did I do? I might have looked at the paper to see if there was a description and then confirmed that that was correct. I'm not disputing that description.
And CropLife America is a trade association that represents pesticide manufacturers, correct?
I'm not sure if that's all they represent. I know that there are some companies that manufacture pesticides and other chemicals that are members of that group.
And Syngenta, as we've already discussed, manufactures pesticides.
Yes, I'm not sure, again, if that's all that they manufacture, but that's what things make.
Okay, and Dr. Cheng, you can't recall how much Exponent billed for these systematic reviews?
It's not necessarily that I don't recall. In some cases, I never knew. But I don't know the total. There's no way for me to figure it out in some of these instances. I think during my deposition, we talked about how I wasn't the project manager on several of them, and so I never saw voices. And then on the one that I knew about, which was the glyphosate review, I noted that I did have a better sense of the time that went into that one, as it was primarily my time. I think I don't remember the numbers, but you asked if it was some number, and I said no, it was definitely below. Just about hundreds of thousands of dollars. It was not. All I remember is that it was not anywhere near that.
Now, Dr. Cheng, you define insufficient evidence of causation as, quote, not enough compelling evidence to reach a definitive conclusion one way or the other. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's one way I would define it.
That's the way you define it, right?
Sure.
Now, you recognize, Dr. Cheng, that the causation standard that you use is different than the risk standard that is used in risk assessment, correct?
I mean, as we discussed earlier, I'm not a risk assessment scientist. That's not one of my fields of expertise. I broadly have a general understanding that the standards differ, but I don't have an expert understanding of risk assessment standards.
So at your deposition, you testified that a risk assessment is not an assessment of causation. What did you mean by that?
Objection, Your Honor, assumes facts that are not in evidence.
Why don't you just ask the question instead of citing the deposition testimony?
Why in your view, Dr. Cheng, would a risk assessment not be an assessment of causation?
A risk assessment is in general, it's a theoretical calculation of potential quantitative risk to a given population, usually humans. And it assumes a specific dose-response relationship between a given exposure and a given outcome. And then in the risk assessment process, certain assumptions are applied, certain uncertainties are identified, and it's used to quantify theoretical potential risk based on a model that, in effect, assumes causality. But risk assessment is different from an epidemiologic study in which original data are collected and health exposures and health outcomes are observed. So I guess a critical distinction between risk assessment and epidemiology is that risk assessment is theoretical and based on models. It can even be used to extrapolate from animals to humans, assuming that a hazard is present. So assuming that causation is established, whereas epidemiology and hazard identification in general are used to assess whether that hazard is present, whether a causal relationship has been established.
Okay, so let's talk about the work that you did in this case. I think as you mentioned earlier, Dr. Cheng, you did receive help from a team of exponent scientists.
Yes, I think I mentioned that there were 3 other scientists who helped on this project.
You did not do a risk assessment.
That's correct.
Did not use EPA's guidelines for neurotoxicity risk assessment to assess whether neurotoxicity is a hazard of fluoride. Correct?
My understanding of those guidelines is that they are for risk assessment rather than for epidemiology. So that's correct. I did not use those risk assessment guidelines.
And you and the exponent team use basically the same method that you have been using in your published systematic reviews that we were talking about. Correct?
That's correct.
And as with Agent Orange and the perfluorinated chemicals and the organophosphorus insecticides and particulate matter and manganese, in this case, you did not find sufficient evidence of causation between fluoridated water and toxicity.
It's correct that I did not find sufficient evidence to establish a causal effect of fluoridated drinking water on neurotoxicity in humans. I do want to sort of, I understand that you're trying to not be too wordy, I guess, but when you said as with manganese, Agent Orange, and going on and on, I do think that those exposures can cause certain adverse health outcomes. So, where we found that causation had not been established, it was with respect to specific human health outcomes, and in some of those cases at specific levels of exposure.
Now, in this case, Dr. Chang, you did not set out to determine or estimate the level at which fluoride may cause neurotoxicity, correct?
That's correct.
So let's start with your systematic review of the literature. You found a number of studies that reported significant associations between fluoride and adverse neurodevelopmental effects that Dr. Grandjean did not discuss in his review.
Yes, I believe that's correct. Yes, that is correct.
But these studies, which report adverse associations between fluoride and neurodevelopment, which Dr. Grandjean did not discuss, they carry very little weight in your own assessment, correct?
Very little. Yeah, I mean, they informed my assessment, but they carried lesser weight.
They carried little weight in your assessment, correct?
Objection, Your Honor, asked and answered.
Overruled. Answer.
I think they did carry little weight. I think before, when you asked, was very little weight, I'm hesitant to use the word very in a scientific context.
And Dr. Chang, you also found 4 studies that did not find significant associations between fluoride and neurodevelopment that Dr. Grandjean did not discuss, correct?
I haven't counted them up. I remember I was asked about this during my deposition when you called them no effect studies, or Dr. Grandjean had called them no effect studies. I don't remember the total number.
Well, let me ask you about the HE 2010 study. I might be mispronouncing it. It's HE. You gave that study little weight, correct, Dr. Chang?
I'm just going to I'm looking at my table, which is printed out, just so I can refresh my recollection. And I'm sorry, the question was whether I gave it little weight?
Yes.
Okay, so He and Zhang, yes, this is an ecological cross-sectional study described based on an abstract that I found cited in another study. And yes, this was a very weak study design, no adjustment for competitors. Yes, I did not give that much. I gave that little.
So, and in fact, if the, what's the proper pronunciation? Could you remind me?
It's He and Zhang, just in the, I think He.
In the He study, 2010 study, if that did not exist, that would have no effect. Its absence would have no effect on your opinions in this case, correct?
It's hard for me to unsee it, but I don't think it would make a meaningful difference.
Okay, Your Honor, at this point, I would like to introduce impeachment testimony.
Okay. You gotta give a cite.
Yes, it's page 270, line 22, 271, line 7.
Okay,
Oh,
hold on.
excuse me, I didn't quite catch the page number there.
It's 270, sorry, 270, line 22 to 271, line 7.
I believe that you're cutting off part of the question there.
I think you'd start on line 22.
And I believe that we're asking about a different study as well.
Is that a different study, the Kane 2011 study? Is that the same as the HUD study?
Oh, sorry, Your Honor. Actually, if that's the case, let me. So sorry, Your Honor, I did make a mistake with the page lines. And and why don't we cover both of the, but before we proceed with this, Your Honor, maybe I ask us a few more questions too.
Okay.
So Dr. Chang, you also, one of the studies you included in your review that did not find an association between fluoride and neurodevelopment was the study by Kang, 2011, correct?
That's right.
And you also gave the Kang 2011 study little weight, correct?
That's right. Relatively little. It's better designed actually than the HE study because they had a number of confounders that they considered in the analysis, but ultimately, my causal analysis, I did not give this one much weight.
And if the Kang 2011 study did not exist, its absence would have no effects on your opinions in this case, correct?
I mean, as expressed in my overall opinions, I think that is true in terms of giving more weight to those other 10 studies, and my opinion regarding the epidemiologic evidence of neurodevelopmental harm being caused by fluoride or drinking water fluoride in the range of 0.7 milligrams per liter. I mean, I do have an opinion that the study is relatively better designed than some of the other studies, based on the restrictions and the confounder data, but in general, it would not influence those overall opinions.
Okay, and let me return now to the question I asked you earlier about the 2010 study, HE. If that study did not exist, it would have no effect on your overall opinions in this case.
Again, it would not affect my overall opinions about causation. That's correct.
Now, another study that you discussed that did not find an association between fluoride and neurotoxic effects was the 2018 study by Parrott. And I'll spell it P-R-R-O-T. That's correct, right?
Yes, I also discussed this study in my review.
And you gave the Parrott 2018 study little weight, correct?
That is correct. This is an ecological cross-section study. And based on that design, I gave it little weight in my causal analysis.
And you also did not give a lot of weight to the Spittle abstract from 1998, correct?
It's correct that I gave this, excuse me, relatively little weight in my causal analysis. I did include it among my 10 more informative studies because it met the criteria that I had set for considering a study to be more informative based on study design. This is a prospective cohort study based on having individual level data. But this was only an abstract. And although this, I mentioned it earlier actually, although this study, the specific association in the same cohort was analyzed and reported in they looked at a different outcome at a different age, but in a prior full-length publication. Therefore, I felt like, I do have relevant information on this cohort. The fact that it is an abstract gave me less information with which to assess this particular analysis. And so among the 10 studies, this one did carry relatively little weight in my assessment.
Okay. Now, in your expert report in this case, you identified what you called the 10 most relevant studies to your causal analysis, correct?
That's right.
And those, I'm going to go ahead, Your Honor, at this point, and if I could, show the witness a table I've put together which lists the 10 most relevant studies that you identified in the report.
Is it demonstrative
It is demonstrative.
based on the declaration?
Based on her expert report and her declaration.
All right. Have you shared this with the council?
This demonstrative I have not, but it's very straightforward, Your Honor. It's just a table that lists the papers that she's identified.
Well, why don't you put it up and let council see if she objects? This is not evidence. This is just for demonstrative purposes.
Correct, Your Honor.
All right.
Can you see that?
I'm having a little bit of trouble seeing it. And I also have to cross-reference it with the declaration and the years and the cohort names in the declaration. So,
Your Honor, could I just ask the witness? I think the witness knows these studies very well. I think that.
Well, why don't you ask the preliminary question of whether this is accurate?
Dr. Chang, these 10 studies that you see here, these are the 10 studies that you identified as the most relevant studies for your causal analysis, with the exception, that I'll point out here, that when you did your causal analysis in 2019, TIL, which is now 2020, was then in press, and GREEN, which is now 2019, was then in press, correct?
No, TIL was in review. It was not in press at the time that I looked at it. So it was a manuscript that had been submitted, but it had not been accepted for publication when I looked at it.
Gotcha. So I'll go ahead and put in review. Okay. But other than that, Dr. Chang, these studies that we see here on this table were the 10 most relevant studies to your causal analysis, correct?
I just want to also mention Green. So the Green et al., when I reviewed that full-length manuscript that was in press, I also received and reviewed from a colleague who had attended a conference, I received an abstract that I included on the Green analysis. And so in my table, I called it Green 2019 and in press. The 2019 actually refers to an abstract. So like a conference abstract on the same cohort, Marek. And so I don't know how to make this clearer. You could add plus abstract after Green 2019 in press, because there was the full length in press manuscript plus an abstract.
Okay, thank you for that. So now you recognize, Dr. Chang, that there is a difference between relevance and reliability, correct?
Yes.
And you agree, Dr. Chang, that the Canadian MIREC studies and the Mexico City element studies are the most reliable studies to date on fluoride and neurodevelopment, correct?
I think because they look at prenatal fluoride exposure, they are more See, I wouldn't say that the other ones are unreliable. It's that the myric and element cohort studies are better conducted. They assess a wider range of exposure windows or potential exposure windows, and that makes them more informative. But as far as reliability goes, for me, that pertains to validity in terms of whether the underlying data are valid. And so for looking at associations with childhood exposure, for example, I don't think that the other ones are less reliable, but the other ones don't look specifically at prenatal exposure, and that is a limitation relative to myric.
Your Honor, at this time, I would like to read impeachment testimony into the record.
Okay, identify the pages.
It's 208, line 16 to 210, line 2.
I will give counsel a chance to look.
Was that 208.16 to 209.2?
210 to.
210.2. No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, go ahead and read it.
Paul? Okay, question. Okay, so of these 10 most relevant studies, which do you find to be the most reliable studies from a methodological standpoint? Answer, I think they are all more reliable, for example, than the ecological cross-sectional studies from non-Western populations. Just methodologically even, they are better. Question, Answer, among these 10, I would say that the prospective cohort studies are in general more rigorous in design than those that are not. And then among the prospective cohort studies, I would say that those that adjusted for multiple confounders and had individual level measures of exposure are relatively better than those that lack those elements. Question, okay, so of the 10 studies, which single study do you find to be the most rigorous from a methodological standpoint? Answer, of these 10, I think that the methods are quite comparable among the Bashaw studies. Answer, the Green and Till studies. So Thomas is, I believe, an abstract, but it's related to the Bashaw studies. Those are the ones. So Bashaw, the last 5 that are listed, those are the Bashaw et al. 2017 and 18, the Thomas et al. Study under the reasonable assumption that the methods described in that abstract are the same as used in the full-length papers, and then the Green et al. And the Till et al. Studies, I think, are relatively more rigorous than the other 5. Thank you, Paul. So, Dr. Chang, you agree that the 3 element studies, and I'll bring back the table here. Start again. Dr. Chang, based on your testimony there, you agree that the 3 element studies that you identified as being most relevant, as well as the MIREC studies that you identified as being most relevant, these are the 5 most rigorous studies that you evaluated in your causal assessment, correct?
Yeah, I think they are they are more rigorous. They are the most rigorous 2 study populations, 5 analyses. Oh, actually, the MIREC one we can count as 2, maybe the Green 2019 full-length paper and then the abstract. But yeah, those 2 cohort studies are more rigorously conducted.
And you agree that the Broadbent study is a weaker study than the element and MIREC studies, right?
For looking for neurodevelopmental effects or potential neurodevelopmental effects of fluoride exposure, I would say yes. They don't have maternal prenatal exposure.
And you agree that the Shannon study is a weaker study than the element and MIREC studies, correct?
For the same reason, correct.
And you agree that the Morgan study is a weaker study than the Element and Myrex studies, right?
That's correct.
So, Your Honor, at this point, we're at 122. I'm probably going to run a little bit over 130. Does Your Honor have a preference as to how to proceed?
Yeah, just keep going.
Now, Dr. Chang, in your initial expert report, you expressed the opinion in your strength analysis under Bradford Hill that the magnitude of effects seen in the Element and Myrex studies is relatively small and doesn't provide much confidence for a causal inference because a 3 to 5 point loss in IQ is well below the standard deviation of 15 points, correct?
Objection, Your Honor, is to form.
Overruled. You answer the question.
As I discussed in my deposition and report and declaration, it is relatively small, specifically compared with the standard deviation, making that purely statistical comparison. Yes, the mean change is smaller. I mean, it's just objectively true that the mean change of 3 to 5 is smaller than a standard deviation. That is correct.
And it is also objectively true, Dr. Chang, that in doing your causal analysis in this case, you did not look to find out what the magnitude of effect is for other known neurotoxicants in IQ loss, correct?
I did not systematically try to go and identify the quantitative dose response relationship between other neurotoxicants and IQ in children as part of this review.
And Dr. Chang, you are not aware of a single chemical that causes loss of 15 IQ points at exposure levels of interest to the population, correct?
There is I would say there is some nuance to that. So part of the reason why I have trouble with a lot of the available epidemiologic studies of fluoride is because many of them, in fact, purport to find an IQ deficit of 15 points or around 15 points or more between villages with different drinking water exposure levels. So I'm just looking at my table. So for instance, Aravind et al. That I reviewed in India found that mean IQ differed by 40 points between villages with less than 1.2 ppm and 1.2 to 2 ppm of drinking water fluoride. And then Dong et al. 2018.
Your Honor, at this point, this is just not responsive. I was asking about other chemicals. I was asking if she was aware of other chemicals, and we don't have much time.
All right. Why don't you answer that question, Dr. Chang? Your attorney can bring out other stuff on redirect. But the question is chemicals other than fluoride. As I understand the question, are you aware of any chemical that is known to cause a 15-point or more loss in IQ?
Even that question, I feel like, is lacking in consideration of dose. So any other chemical, maybe at an extreme dose, but I haven't as I mentioned before, I haven't systematically reviewed the literature on other chemical agents for this.
So the question, as you sit here today, are you aware of any study, first, regardless of dose?
I haven't looked for them. No, I'm not aware.
Okay. Thank you.
Now, with respect to consistency, Dr. Chang, one of the points you make that in your view shows inconsistency in the literature is that the Myrex study found a sex-specific association with prenatal exposure, but the Element study did not, correct?
I mean, that's an inconsistency between the two cohorts that, you know, I would like to see resolved.
Now, Dr. Chang, in light of your reliance on abstracts, are you familiar with the abstract that was published in February of this year, which did a pooled analysis of sex-specific effects in the element and MIRAC studies?
I'm not, but that does not, you know, pooling results from the same two studies is not an evaluation of consistency. You need a third study, an independent study to evaluate consistency. But I'm not aware of that abstract, no.
Are you aware that in that abstract, in that analysis, they found a sex-specific effect on performance IQ in the element cohort?
Objection, Your Honor. The witness has already testified that she is not aware of this abstract.
Sustained.
Well, Dr. Chang, in light of your reliance on abstracts, is that a kind of abstract that you would want to review and consider before making your opinions in this case?
Sure, I would be interested in it.
Dr. Chang, you would agree when it comes to consistency that the vast majority of studies, the human studies that you have looked at, while I recognize you find many methodological limitations in them, you would agree that the vast majority of the human studies do report associations between elevated fluoride exposure and adverse neurodevelopmental effects, correct?
In terms of the human studies that I looked at, I mean, you know, ignoring the major methodological limitations in those studies, I mean, I have a hard time making conclusions based on really poor quality studies, but ignoring the fact that I just don't believe in these studies. Yes, the majority find a statistical association. But what that association means is completely.
Okay. Now, in your assessment of biological plausibility, you make no mention of the National Research Council's findings on neuroanatomical and neurochemical effects, correct?
That's correct.
Now, in this case, the court has heard testimony from Dr. Christina Thayer. Dr. Christina Thayer testified that she believes the animal data supports the biological plausibility of fluoride causing neurotoxic effects in humans. Do you agree with Dr. Thayer or do you disagree with Dr. Thayer?
My understanding is, I think Dr. Thayer is a toxicologist, so I wouldn't be expressing expert opinions as a toxicologist. I do think that there can be mechanistic data from toxicology that support exposure, you know, a complete route of exposure for a chemical, whether that's through the blood-brain barrier or through the placental barrier or transfer by breast milk, something like that. Evidence of exposure can be supportive of a biological effect. However, in the end, beyond exposure, we still need to look for health effects. And so my understanding is that based on the, you know, based on Dr. Suji's review and the NTP review, National Toxicology Program review, my understanding is that the evidence for an actual effect, a health effect, in terms of a neurodevelopmental outcome in animals, that data, those data are limited. And so you can have mechanistic data that are supportive, but then in the end, you know, beyond mechanism, when you're looking for health effects, more than just exposure, it's the connection between exposure and health effects. Those data, I think, are I mean, they're not compelling.
Well, just to be clear, Dr. Chang, in your Bradford Hill analysis in this case, you did an assessment of biological plausibility, and you concluded that the biological plausibility factor does not support a causal determination, correct?
I concluded that based on my review of Dr. Suji's report, I'm looking at my report to look at the exact language.
Well, if you don't know, Dr. Chang, I don't have all the time to reread your expert report, so I'll move on.
Okay, but I mean, my understanding, my recollection is that I relied on the experimental animal evidence from the NTP review, Dr. Suji's review, as well as the McPherson NTP suite of studies that were subsequently conducted, and that those combined sources of information did not support an effect of fluoride at these levels, 0.7 milligrams per liter on animals.
So yes or
in
no?
terms of developmental neurotoxicity.
Yes or no? And I'm not limiting this question to 0.7 parts per million fluoride in human beings. Yes or no? Do you agree with Dr. Christina Thayer that the animal data supports the biological plausibility of fluoride causing neurotoxic effects in humans?
I, based on the animal data that I described and considered in my report, whether I agree with Dr. Thayer, I don't remember all of her testimony. So I don't know the context of where she said that in reference to which data. Was she talking about
It was her
all of the animal?
It was her
evidence?
assessment of the animal literature.
Overall.
Correct.
Okay. So I do think that based on, this is also, I think, consistent with Dr. Suji's testimony, that overall the animal literature do support some kind of neurotoxic injury at a high level of exposure, but that interpretation of those studies is confounded or it's limited by the fact that those animals also have some kind of other, systemic effects going on, other health effects affecting them that could in turn influence their neurodevelopmental outcomes. And so, yeah, I'm not going to disagree with Dr. Thayer, but I think that the interpretation of the animal data is problematic at those high levels of exposure, and that therefore, they don't disprove biological plausibility per se. They could be maybe interpreted as indicating some kind of indirect neurological effect at the high doses, but it's basically difficult.
Okay. Now, in your expert report, Dr. Chang, you discuss coherence, right, as part of your Bradford Hill analysis?
Yes.
And you talk about how the relationship between fluoridation and IQ is incoherent with this so-called Flynn effect, right?
I do discuss that. I also say that this is, I considered it, and, numerous explanations have been provided for the Flynn effect, and it can't be attributed with certainty to anything. And so I did consider coherence because it's one of the 9 Bradford Hill considerations, and so I didn't want to dismiss it. But this comparison with the so-called Flynn effect, is not a important consideration in my causal analysis. And I think I discussed that in my deposition as well.
You did, but in your expert declaration, nowhere is there to be found in your coherence section a statement where you disclose, oh, the Flynn effect is not an important consideration, is there?
I think it's in my deposition.
But I'm asking about the trial declaration that you signed under oath and submitted to this court.
I don't know if I know it doesn't say, oh, it's not important. I think it contains the same words as in my report.
Did you tell the court in your declaration that the Flynn effect is not an important consideration?
I think I used the same wording. Numerous explanations have been provided for this observed trend in the U.S. and other Western society, and the pattern cannot be attributed with certainty to a beneficial effect of artificial drinking water fluoridation.
What's the last sentence in that coherence section?
Nevertheless, these observed gains in child IQ over time in the US are not coherent with an adverse causal effect of artificial drinking water fluoridation on neurodevelopmental outcomes. So here I considered coherence. It doesn't support, in my opinion, a causal effect, but it's not important.
Now, in your assessment of coherence, Dr. Chang, you didn't consider the studies that have reported reduced IQ scores among formula-fed infants, correct?
Not in that coherence section, no.
And you also didn't consider the studies that have reported reduced IQs among people with kidney disease, correct?
I think not in that section, although I mentioned it as a potential confounder.
And you also didn't consider, Dr. Chang, the numerous studies that have found that boys have a higher prevalence of neurodevelopmental disorders in girls, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. It's unclear what counsel is asking about, if she considered it for her opinion overall, or are we still talking about just the coherence?
Yeah, why don't you clarify? Why don't you clarify?
Will do. Will do. Dr. Chang, and my questions, these past few questions have all been in the context of your analysis of coherence in your Bradford Hill causality assessment. And in your assessment of coherence, Dr. Chang, you did not consider the numerous studies that have found that boys have a higher prevalence of neurodevelopmental disorders than girls, did you?
I didn't write about it in that section. I did consider it throughout my report.
Now, Dr. Chang, I'm going to close here with just one question about the Bradford Hill presentation that was published as a paper in 1965. And I know that you were very familiar with that report, correct?
I'm familiar with it. Yes,
and
that's correct.
you relied on it in this case, as well as all of your systematic reviews that you've published, correct?
I think that's correct.
And you find Sir Austin Bradford Hill to be a very reliable authority in your field, correct?
I mean, I haven't looked at everything that he's ever published. He's reliable in terms of these guidelines for assessing association versus causation. I do think he's reliable. He also was he's credited with being one of the first to develop randomized controlled studies, randomized controlled trials.
Okay.
That's an important development. So, I mean, I think he's done some noteworthy things in our field, certainly.
Right, and the 1965 paper in particular is a document that you rely upon for your work.
Yes.
Okay, at this time, Your Honor, I'd like to ask the witness about a statement in the 1965 Bradford Hill.
Okay,
Any objections?
No objections.
go ahead.
Paul, can you put the document on the screen? And Paul, if you could just highlight the last paragraph, Paul. Dr. Chang, I'm going to read you this paragraph from Sir Austin Bradford Hill and ask you if you agree with it or not. Quote, all scientific work is incomplete, whether it be observational or experimental. All scientific work is liable to be upset or modified by advancing knowledge. That does not confer upon us a freedom to ignore the knowledge we already have or to postpone the action that it appears to demand at a given time. Dr. Chang, do you agree with Sir Austin?
Objection, Your Honor. I think this is another instance where I believe counsel was attempting to refresh our recollection as to the particular language in the article, which is fine, but reading it into the record is problematic.
Your Honor, this is a
Overruled, ask the question.
Dr. Chang, do you agree with Sir Austin Bradford Hill with respect to this statement?
Overall, I agree that scientific work is incomplete, that findings can be changed over time as we get more knowledge. I agree that we shouldn't ignore the knowledge we already have. This is the main reason why I included abstracts and studies that I found on the Fluoride Journal website. If I knew about them, I didn't want to ignore them. And regarding postponing the action that it appears to demand at a given time, here, I also wouldn't disagree. It's just in this particular context, I don't have an expert opinion on the action that our knowledge appears to demand. But otherwise, I mean, in general, I do agree with these statements, and I've tried to follow this guidance in my consideration evidence.
Thank you, Dr. Chang. And Your Honor, at this point in time, I have no further.
All right. Well, this allows, I'm giving you a chance tomorrow to now cross on the Spanish study. So I assume you'll start off with that.
Yes,
all right. Okay, we'll convene at 8:30 tomorrow. Dr. Chang, hopefully you are available to complete your testimony tomorrow morning.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. I will be.
Good, thank you.
Your Honor, are we
Right.
starting at 8:30 tomorrow or at 1 o'clock?
Oh, you're right. You're right.
I'm available anytime tomorrow.
Okay. We start at, is it 1 o'clock, Angie?
It's 1:30, Your Honor.
1:30 tomorrow, because I have a proceeding in the morning. So we'll commence at 1:30 tomorrow. Tomorrow is a change in schedule. Thank you.
Your Honor, could I, in light of the circumstances here, with respect to this newly disclosed opinion on the abstract, plaintiffs would ask the court's indulgence we would ask if we could have the closing now on Friday morning. Because right now we are going to be in a situation where we are going to be spending substantial time preparing for something that we were not anticipating, as well as the rebuttal. And I know that we do have the Friday, I believe the Friday was part of the initial schedule. And just to ensure that we give the court the best summary of our case as possible, we would ask the court's leave to allow us to do the closing on Friday morning.
No, I'm going to proceed. I mean, I understand this new development, but it is confined, it is restricted. You have access to the abstract. You're going to have plenty of time to, I've given you plenty of time to cross and to put on a rebuttal. So we're going to proceed. I have another proceeding now Friday morning. So we're going to close on Wednesday.
Your Honor, I have one point of clarification. I'm sorry to drag on the day. This morning, we said that EPA would disclose to plaintiffs by, I think, 2 hours after the end of the proceedings today, communications, if they exist, between Dr. Chang and the authors of the IMNA cohort. And I'm just wondering if we can get some kind of commitment from Mr. Connett, if in fact he's going to put on rebuttal testimony, and if in fact his experts intend to communicate with those authors, at what point might we, EPA, see that document, hopefully before we do any, put on any rebuttal evidence on that issue?
All right, Ms. Connett?
Yes, Your Honor. Well, we are obviously going to still assess whether we're going to put on rebuttal testimony on this. I do expect that we will. But we certainly will disclose communications if we have them, if the experts have them. But I would ask that we could do that, Your Honor, by tomorrow towards in the afternoon, which would be basically the same situation that we face ourselves right now, that we will be receiving the communications from Dr. Chang today in advance of our cross tomorrow.
All right. When do you anticipate putting on that rebuttal?
Wednesday morning.
All right. So by, let's say, 3 o'clock tomorrow, if there are any communications between your rebuttal witness and the authors of the study, you should disclose those to the government.
Will do, Your Honor.
Okay.
And can we just very quickly clarify just the schedule? I just want to make sure I understand. Tomorrow, we intend to call our next witness. We only have one witness left. So I think at 1:30 tomorrow afternoon, we will call our last witness. We will call our fact witness, which is about 6 minutes of testimony. And at that point, I understand we are going to adjourn until Wednesday morning, at which time Mr. Connett will put on his rebuttal. I just want to make sure, is that what everyone's understanding is of the schedule?
Well, let me make sure. Mr. Khan still has, giving him time to do cross on the Spanish study. Dr. Chang, I don't know how long that'll take. Hopefully that won't take too long. And if you have any redirect on that particular subject, I'll allow that, but it's a very subject-limited examination. Then you will be asked to put on your next witness, which you say will be short.
We have a 6-minute deposition video to show.
But
Right.
to be clear, and I think there may have been a miscommunication. The EPA does have, Your Honor, Dr. Tala Henry, which could be, I think might be a longer examination.
Oh, what about Dr. Henry?
I'm sorry. We have 2 witnesses. One is our fact witness, and then Dr. Henry. I expect direct Dr. Henry to be an hour or less.
All right, and then cross.
Ross, I would expect to be an hour, Your
All right, well, that's going to probably take us through the end of tomorrow, which would be just right, because then if there are any rebuttal witnesses first thing Wednesday morning, the plaintiffs will produce that, and then we'll have argument right after that rebuttal. Okay.
Perfect. Thank you.
Good. All right. Thank you. See you tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you.
Court is in recess.
The recording has stopped.
Angie, any chance we can get a time?
Yes. Plaintiff's remaining time is 1 hour, 10 minutes, 16 seconds. Defendant's remaining time is 2 hours, 20 minutes, and 47 seconds.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Attendees may raise their hands at this point if they have any questions. If not, I'm going to close the session. Hello, David. You had a question?
Yes, I was just curious. I think yesterday you mentioned you would be able to get either a copy of the case or the video recording, or have some kind of access to recording of it. And I was just curious about that link or that who I need to contact.
Well, at this point in time, we do not have the protocol for a copy of the video transcription, but we do. You can request that from the court reporter.
Okay, so is there like a website, or is there a phone number that I would have to contact?
You can go on our website, cand.uscourts.gov, and click on Court Reporters, Transcripts, and then you can select Deborah Paul, which is P as in Paul, A-S. She is the court reporter for our proceedings, and you can email her for a transcript and protocol for that.
Okay, all right, thank you very much.
You're welcome. Yes, Mr. Lamb? Got a question?
Do you have a count on how many attendees were checking in today?
It was averaging somewhere between 250 to 70.
Perfect, thank you.
You're welcome. Mr. Crago, you had a question?
Yes, so the hours tomorrow will be like probably 1:30 to maybe 4:30 or something? Or?
1:30 to 5:30.
Thank you.
Pacific Standard Time.